A very warm welcome to day 2 of the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. We're broadcasting live indoors from the Naenae Bowling Club. I'm John Macbeth. I haven't changed, and I'm joined today by Joe Edwards. Today we've got 26 clubs competing, and this is the ladder. What the teams need to do is win 5 from the 8 matches. So already we see that Far North RSA team, who we saw yesterday, have qualified with 5 wins. So they're already through, but they've still got another 3 matches to play. And then you look in second place, the Te Atatu team have 4, and then a whole lot with 3 at the moment. So, gosh, 3 out of 5. So a lot of them have to win today to make sure that they get those 5 wins. Way down there to the Tyree Tigers with 2 wins, and that's a team that we will see very, very shortly. So they're going pretty well, these teams. A couple that haven't managed to score at all, Waikato and Stoke Thunder of Nelson, who we saw yesterday, but that doesn't mean to say they're out of contention. They play another 4 games today. They'll be looking to knock over some of the more fancied teams. This is what you'll see today. Wanganui Eastside Eagles against Tyree Tigers. They're the Wanganui and Dunedin representatives respectively. And then later on today, another 3 matches. Kiatoa Braves from South Canterbury, Cambridge Central All-Stars of Waikato. Then Takapuna Blue Wave of North Harbour and Omarunui Aces of Hawke's Bay. And at 4:30 we end with the Paikakariki Kapiti Coast team against Te Atatu of Auckland. Right, Joe Edwards, nice to have your company today. I bet you're looking forward to this. You probably didn't sleep last night with excitement.
Oh, so excited, John. Yeah, I know. It's back on track for today. Looking forward to it. A lot of work to be done by a few teams, but
yes.
Looking forward to some good bowls.
Well, we see here this Wanganui Eastside Eagles team there down the bottom. They're just waiting for us to give them the signal to start. Adrian Richdale will lead with Les Smith and Gary Peterson. That's the Wanganui Eastside Eagles. And at the other end of the country, the Tyree Tigers with Brian the Colonel Dixon, Shona Morrison and Dave Robinson. So they're all set to go, and so are we. Their marker today, or woman walking up on the left-hand side in the Takaro Tui shirt. We saw her yesterday, Carla Rowan, and she'll be indicating who's holding shot and so on. Yes, we've seen you, Carla. That's good. Well, just chatting to some of the bowlers this morning, Joe, they all agree it's a different sort of game, isn't it? No time to settle in. They've got to be bang on target as quickly as possible.
Yeah, look, it's a short game. You can't muck around and you can't get off to a bad start. It's pretty hard to pull back big numbers dropped early.
Yeah. Just if you're joining us for the first time, the jack, that's the little yellow ball there, is placed in the centre of the circle, whichever direction they're playing. The mat can be placed anywhere. There will be a yellow card that is attached to the scoreboard, which is at the end opposite to what we're facing at the moment. And hello, it's always a good view, isn't it? The yellow card will be there, and if the team pulls that out, they'll be playing the power play. So we're watching here, the first bowl's getting away. So the Tyree team had some good notes given to me, Joe, and I know you've played at Tyree, haven't you, over the years?
Certainly have.
Yeah. It's a reasonably sized club and one of many in the Dunedin area. This here is the lead for Wanganui Eastside. That's Adrian Richdale. Sorry, Joe, carry on.
Yeah, beautiful greens at Tyree. Had a bit of success down there at the Nationals over the years, but they look after you really, really well down south. It's a great place to play the Nationals.
So we've got the 2 women leading out for the respective teams.
Interesting to see that they've both started down that ditch side, which we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
It's new day, new conditions. They've found the centre line reasonably well, and you just can't write it off too early. You get into a mindset that you can't play a certain hand, and it plays with your mind, I think.
and then all of a sudden you have to play it, and you have no certainty, do you?
Yeah, not a lot of confidence going on there.
No.
Good shot here.
Yeah. So 2 or 3 good bowls in this opening stanza of this first match between Tyree. That's the Tyree Tigers in the blue. Here, this is good. We're seeing a man using the bowling arm, which is one of those tools that makes bowls a sport that anyone can play, doesn't it? You can. I've seen some in our club, Joe. We've got 5, I think, players who use the arm, and they've all said if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be playing bowls. They'd be sitting at home on the couch.
Exactly, it just extends their bowls' lives, I think. My husband uses one after having 2 hips replaced, so it just enables guys that have bad backs, knees, hips, to be able to continue their career. I think it's a great thing.
Just getting him to change his hand here, to play the backhand. This is Brian the Colonel Dixon from Tyree. He's the club captain.
Pretty close here. It's a good attempt first time down there.
Yeah. So now the skips wander off to have a look. We see one of them's carrying a lifter, so that's a Wanganui East Side Eagles skip, Gary Peterson. So we see the rest of the players come down to this end to have a look how close their bowls were, or in the Colonel's place, he just walked past that short one. He knows the second one was better.
Yeah, certainly. You start looking at the second one, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. You talked about hip replacements. This man here had 2 hip replacements, and it's that prompted him to turn to bowls. Gary Peterson, the skip of Wanganui East Side Eagles.
What sport did he play before, John?
He played a bit of golf, and but also fishing. He did a lot of fishing, and he started at Aramaho when he started bowls, and then he moved about 3 years ago to Wanganui East Side, mainly because he had some fishing mates who were playing at Wanganui East Side. And players do switch around clubs. Some players will stay with the same club forever, but there's often players will switch around, and there are various reasons. And in his case, it was just the camaraderie. You know, he knew the players.
Yeah, it's a big thing when you join a club. It's not all about the competition. I think, I joined Nelson because all my mates joined there pretty early, and it's like going back in time. I think these are mates from way before bowls.
Yep.
We have a really good time off the green as well as on the green.
Gosh, and that's important, isn't it?
Look, it is. It's a team club spirit that pulls you through a lot. I mean, been to a few interclubs over the years, and certainly champion team, can beat team of champions, really.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was his own bowler. I think that was the Colonel's bowl that he just knocked up. In fact, that Colonel's bowl, which was way short, now gets in the count here. So we see the Tyree Tigers lead Shona Morrison getting the Matt, and I'm not sure whether it was 1, 2 or how many, but we'll find out in a moment. Remember, it's just 5 ends. They're just looking for a jack, are they? And that takes some getting used to, doesn't it? You know you've got to place the jack, but you forget, and you're waiting for the lead to roll it down, or it's already placed and the lead rolls one down. That's all that bit of concentration required, especially first thing on a Saturday morning.
Dead right. You get used to as a lead, it's the first thing you do, pick the jack up and throw it, and it's no matter how many times you get told, it's pretty hard to remember.
So Shona Morrison, that's she had a good weight with her second bowl going down the first end, and good weight with the first bowl coming this way. So she's into the groove early.
Okay, if you can find the centre line on the carpet, it's a huge bonus because your weight comes from there. And the carpet generally doesn't change over a game. It can change during the day, but over a game of an hour, generally doesn't change in speed. So, you know, half the game is finding the centre line, and it's such a big part of the game that, you know, the players should be able to get right. It's just aiming at a certain place and you know, bowling there. So it is a big part of the game, and on the carpet, I think it's more important.
And it's interesting. It's still, while it changes an artificial green, will change outdoors as you'd expect. Even indoors, there is a little bit of a change, you know, as the day goes on or the interior heats up a little bit. But you're quite right. Once you get the green, you should be okay with it.
Yeah, and the carpet sometimes is a bit different. You know, you'd think the hotter it got inside, the quicker it would get. But sometimes the carpets are a bit different, so it does play with your head a little bit. It's all about being aware of your surroundings and the conditions, I think.
Nice bowl by Adrian Richdale of Wanganui East Side Eagles. She's just captured the shot bowl here. The Colonel using the arm, not a mile away here either, just going to undercut the jack. So Brian is the club captain. Shona, the lead, was the women's club captain. So club captain for men and women, of course.
And isn't it great to see these kind of people, you know, on our TV screens?
Yeah.
You know, we see a lot of bowls with the New Zealand team, and which is great to see. But this tournament seems to be just really cool for a lot of club members to get out and push their own clubs forward.
And talking about the fact that the bowling arm does keep players in the game, and that's exactly what the Colonel says. You know, he was out really, but with various injuries and operations and so on. But this has just given him a new lease of life. And in fact, he's won a few titles with the arm. I think they had in fact, he gave me some notes here. It says they did have, he was an unbeaten skip in a bowling arm pairs tournament. So, and honestly, Joe, I think if you went around the country and said, we're going to have a bowling arm nationals, you'd get a lot of entries, wouldn't you?
You would. I mean, we had one in Nelson, and there was about 8 teams turned up for it. So, yeah, there are quite a few around using them. And like I say, it just extends their careers, and it's great to see them out on the bowling green.
Handy bowl here coming in from the 2 for Wanganui East Side. That's Les Smith. He's been playing for about 30 years. He's got a handful, in fact 7 centre titles.
I'm sure the skipper, the Tyree Tigers, are pretty happy right now. They're turning over 2 up.
Dave Robinson used to be at Milton down in South Otago. He's one of those players who changes his bowls quite regularly. Yeah.
One of those clever guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't know how they do it.
No.
Pretty decent moustache though he's got on.
Well, I asked him, I said, this sounds like I ask a million questions. It takes about 2 minutes to talk to people, Joe, but I said to him, so the moustache has been a regular feature? And he said, oh yeah, it's been there a long time. He said, it used to only come to my lip, you know. He said, now it's got, what the other, handlebar. I said, oh, that's right, yeah. Razor blades did get quite expensive, didn't they? I suppose it gives them something to stroke. Oh, here we go, just as I speak.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Real
he's got
good shot by the Wanganui
yes.
skip Gary. 2 down, draws a shot. repeat.
That's taking a nice green out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It looks to be quite a nice turn down there
Yeah,
today.
yeah. Not a mile away there either from him. So he certainly snared the shot. Oh, in fact, they're looking at 3. Also, I can see 3 white lollipops going up there. That fooled me a wee bit, so Wanganui, because that green bowl, in fact, was Adrian, their leads, Joe, yeah. So here we go.
Oh, yes.
So that was in there, so their skip came in, Gary Peterson, and made it at least 2, but they've held up 3, so it is at 3-1 now. Well, very good end for them. Bit of chalk initially for the lead for Wanganui East. That's the Wanganui East side Eagles. They've told me I have to get it right every time. Oh, this is first loose bowl we've seen really, and it's come from Shona. She walks away with a smirk on her face and says she's hoping that it goes outside the rink, eh?
Yeah, pick it up, put it on the bank,
yeah,
quick
it
as
is.
you can.
Yep, and the Colonel's quickly to say it's out. The this lead here, Adrian Richdale, wasn't in the original selection. Cheryl Smith, Les, the two's wife, started, and then they started their competition and it got rained out, and then she had an accident of some sort which took her out of the next phase of it, so Adrian stepped up. But Cheryl is here watching over to the left-hand side there with a group of Wanganui East Side supporters. Oh, it's a good correction there from Shona.
Yeah, I mean, the players have played a lot of games over a long period of time to be here. And to be fit for that whole 2 or 3 months of the competition back at home and coming down, going to Wellington, it's a big commitment for the players.
Well, as we say, 26 of the 27 centres are represented here, so they've come from the far north and the far south, and both sides of the country. So really impressive.
It's good to see such a great turnout. It's a great competition, short and sharp.
Yep.
Get a lot of games in.
Good track here.
Good shot here. Great shot.
Yep.
One down. Coming in here, make contact with that one.
Les Smith now, the 2 for Wanganui East Side, who are leading in this game, 3-1. Wee bit of a nice break there, wasn't it? I thought it was going to go inside. Yeah.
But you get away with a lot with very good weight, and he played very good weight.
Might be bad either.
Good again.
Oh,
That's
two very good
balls.
balls. Yep. The Colonel's on fire on this end. That's Colonel Brian Dixon from the Tyree Club, Tyree Tigers, and he's holding a couple there.
He's come to play.
Yeah.
Started the game very well.
I met him a few years ago, Joe, but I didn't recall it, but he said to me, did you know Bill Dixon? He used to be a barber in Carterton. And I said, and played rugby for South Canterbury and won the Ramfurdy Shield in 1974. And he said, that's it. Yes. And I said, yes, of course, I did know him. And he said, well, I went to his funeral at that stage. Unfortunately for Bill, he wasn't all that old. And Brian said, yep, I met you there. So about the same height there. He's a good halfback, Bill. Good barber too.
Yeah.
Here we go. A little bit of weight coming in from the Wanganui East Side skip, Gary Peterson. Not a bad shot either, is it? Oh, could have got both, but takes one.
Good shot when you're reducing as a skip.
Stroking of the handlebar, moustaches. Yeah.
Is it a sign that it's a good bowl or a bad bowl?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah.
It certainly looked pensive. Well, it's certainly not a bad bowl, is it?
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a couple of seconds there, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. I think he's got 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Certainly 2. Here he goes again. Narrow line anyway.
Tight line, eh?
Yeah.
Got some weight. He's not bad.
Oh,
Bad at
he
all.
might have it again.
Got the jag.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Now, he stays there, so... oh, no. The Tyree 2. The Colonel puts his finger up and says, we've got the 2 metre covered.
It's his maroon bowl.
Yeah.
Maroon bowl that's counting.
Yeah, I think so. Jack's gone way to the side, so this will be interesting to see whether this comes in at all. Looks well pointed,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
It's not bad grass. Yeah, it's enough, I think.
Is it in?
That's a really good shot.
Yep. 2 it is.
Have to
Yeah,
beat
very
the
good
opposition's
shot.
Closest.
Yep. So 2 to the Tyree Tigers. They move to 3, and it's all tied up.
In the games over the last couple of days, have we seen a lot of power plays being played in the first set?
No. I think in the one game yesterday, I think we had a first set power play which backfired.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. And at 3-all, you're sort of wondering, aren't you? Mind you, most teams just leave it till the second.
Again, it can be used as an attacking weapon if you've got a bit of guts about you.
Yep, good ball.
Great
Very
start
good.
again here.
Yeah.
Follow that one.
Shona Morrison, she's got a few club titles and it's also been a Bowls Dunedin development rep, which means you've got a reasonable amount of ability if you get into that sort of Dunedin scene, eh? There's some quality
Yes,
bowlers down
certainly
there.
do.
Yep, good spot there.
Stays crouched down, waiting, watching. She picked the same
well,
line.
grass again.
Shona.
2 good bowls. That's a great display of lead bowls.
Still there, got a good line.
They're certainly worth their weight in gold, a good lead. Someone that enjoys playing it too. I think a lot of people think that you just put the new person at lead, but by crikey, you can get off to a really cracking start if you've got a really good lead. And like I say, someone that enjoys playing the position as well.
Yeah. And I've seen, here's another good
lovely
bowl
bowl.
too.
Shot
That's,
again.
oh yeah, great shot.
Lovely bowl.
So she's
Good
taken
shot.
2 down to 1
Come
up.
down here, Colonel.
Got a lot of,
Friend of mine, Pete.
you know, my experience, Joe, within the Raumati Club, players who've been very good skips, then get to an advanced age or, you know, and just don't want to stand on the head all day, and they just make the decision, I think I'll become a lead if that's all right. And honestly, you know, and all of a sudden, all they have to do is draw, and invariably those men and women have been very good draw players, so they just set it up like that. You have them in a team like this.
Right here, Pip.
I think, like I say, a skip knows the role as well, and
Yeah.
and the importance of a good lead. But I haven't done a lot of leading, probably only in the BPL.
Yes.
And you certainly get a different look on how the leads roll and the importance of the position and all that. I always kind of say it's all care, no responsibility. You try your best, but there's a few bowls behind you. But by crikey, it's so important to set it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yep.
change anything. I'm quite happy with that weight. You keep that weight up.
Good instructions. So Brian Dixon had no doubts about the bowl that he should play.
That's so important as a skip too. I mean, he's played it pretty well. He's played exactly the same way.
Over.
Your skip gives you the confidence to play a shot. And, in this position, one down, couple of seconds, you've got nothing for short. Give it a chance.
Yep.
But make sure your bowl stays on the island, for the people coming up behind you.
Yes, it's so important, isn't it? Gosh, it's all very well being able to play a run shot or have a drive, and if it doesn't come off, that's a bowl that's in the ditch and out of play. If you can manage to, depending on the situation, of course, but if you can still manage to keep it there, it becomes potentially a counter, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And I mean, 2-bowl triples, you very seldom get a lot of weighted shots with your first 4 bowls. And if you do, I think it's like you say, you've got to play with that 2 to 3 metres that your bowl's going to hang around. If it misses everything, can be in a good position for the skip behind you. It's all about trying to make it easier for the person playing behind you, I think.
Well, started stroking, so maybe this is good.
I think it is.
He's going to watch this back and say, "Oh, John, did you have to say that all the time? I didn't realise I did it."
Oh, it's amazing what you do on the TV playing bowls that you have no idea that you do it, and you get picked up all the time.
Yeah. Yes, I always remember talking to you some years ago about, your habit of, and it works for you obviously, of not watching the bowl till it's, almost down there, and you said, no, it's just, I'm not aware, but it's just something I've always done, so.
Yeah, I have no idea where it came from.
Yeah.
Plays no part.
No.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, well, look at that, because that circle is not very big, is it? So
No, it's not.
to get 4 bowls, nearly 5 bowls in that is really outstanding.
It's within a couple of feet of the jack. Especially as a skip when you're drawing to add.
Yep.
Those things go through your mind. Don't be heavy, don't be narrow, don't be, all these things to draw another shot. People talk about if you lose by 1, people talk about the last end, but it's these ends that play big parts in games. Adding when you're holding as a skip, it's such a huge thing to be able to do.
Well, Gary was only fractionally away with that previous shot of his. He's gone a bit wider this time. It's not going to quite come in there, but they'll take the 1, or is it 2? Let's see what they come up with.
Close for 2, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Line out there.
Yeah.
2 it is. 2 white, 2 to Wanganui. So we go into the final end of this first set with Wanganui up by 5 to 3. This is the final end of this first set. It's Wanganui East Side Eagles. Green bowl coming down is from Adrian Richdale.
Start.
She's been their lead and bowled really well, but actually both the leads, apart from one
Both leads.
ordinary one from Shona, have been absolutely stunning. Hey.
Yeah, they've set it up for their team really, really well.
Yep. Having said that, you can see the wobble out of the hand from Shona as she tried to force the bowl down.
Yep, don't change much. Yeah.
And that wobble does tend to to hold the bowls wide. I mean, we talk about letting the bowl go the same every time, and if you can get the same wobble every time, then that's okay.
Yeah.
But if you wobble one and don't the next, there's a big difference in the green you need to take.
And here's a situation where Adrian could see that she was a little bit wide, but not much, and you wouldn't change much on that. She just changed a little bit too much to get it to come in closer to the jack.
Half a lollipop.
I see what you mean, actually. That's another wobble, which I hadn't noticed before, but if she's doing the same all the time, then that's good.
Bet you can't do that, though.
No.
You say to a lot of people coaching, if you can wobble it the same,
Yep.
then, be my guest. But, yeah, the whole idea is to get it to come out in the hand as smoothly as possible. You probably have to take a little bit more grass than someone that wobbles, but you'll be able to correct a hell of a lot easier.
Les Smith coming in now, trying to make it 2 for this Wanganui East Side team. In fact, it'll be 3.
Yeah.
You've been playing that hand real good. You sneak underneath Shona, just drawing.
A big bowl here. Really needs to get one close to give their team a chance in the set.
There's bowls can be funny, can't it, with the comments that are made. There's a whole series of funny sayings that have a bit of innuendo. I mean, as Skip just said, if you can just come underneath Shona there, that'd be good. And if you were someone who wasn't at a bowling tournament and heard that, you'd be thinking, what on earth are they talking about here?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I love it. Would you just kiss Kitty? That'd be good.
2 metres good.
Here we go. 2 metre. That's good.
You want
So
half a metre more,
not a
more
wasted
weight
bowl
on
at all.
here, pushing your
Definitely
own bowl in or sneaking past it.
Big bowl here on this last end 5 of the first set.
Yeah, he really needs to get one close here.
Your line's real good.
Good track.
Yeah, and remember, coming this way last time, he put 2 pearlers in, and he's
He
got
did.
it this time. Jack, is it? Jack? Yeah, saved the day.
Good shot. Good shot. Gives him a chance.
You got the back one. Kitty or the bowl's probably right. You got the back one. Positive on. Yeah.
Well done, that's one of them. That's one of them.
So, yeah, tactics being talked here. One of the Tyree team looking to get another one in there to get up to at least draw this game. Wanganui East Side looking at getting rid of that bowl, saying, well, if the jack goes, we've got the 2 metre covered. See what they do.
Just a nice positive draw, I think.
Yeah,
A little bit of movement on the bowl or the jacks.
they just don't want to drop a 2 or a 3, so
No. Simple game, isn't it?
yeah. Oh, he's narrow line here. He's going for the wee run shot again because he played them well last time, and he's played this well again. Oh,
Nice
look!
again.
Wow! He did, I Dick. 3 really good up shots.
If he's got the running, oh, what a good track.
Yeah, perfect track, wasn't it?
Now it's
Going out there.
pretty tough now.
So I think I can see 2. Looks like as though West Wanganui East Side are holding 2 at the moment.
So, need some
Well, how do we get 2 out of this? Not very easy at all. He's got to find the gap first of all, draw the shot, but there's no.
It's not enough.
No. So that will be the finish to the first set. And I think it's just one, is it? They flicked out one. One. Just one. One it is to Wanganui East Side, so they take the first set by 6-3 and sets up a very interesting second set, because I think, Joe, as we saw, both of these teams are quite capable of winning this, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are, and if the 2 leads start the same, it's it gives their team such a good start, and it comes down to the blokes in the team to weave their magic, really.
Yeah.
There wasn't much in that first set. No real big numbers dropped. There was a couple of 2s.
Yep. First bowl of the second set. It's Wanganui Eastside Eagles taking out the first set against Tyree Tigers by 5-4. These leads have had a good wee battle. Adrian Richdale just coming out on top.
Good meter in a bit. Come around there.
Do you like the music in the background, John?
Yeah, I do.
As you're playing?
Yeah, if you like, try one down there.
I'd have music playing everywhere, but it's not really appreciated at major events. I think, I don't know, how did you feel about distractions and that sort of thing, Joe? Were you so focused it didn't tend to worry you?
I think probably when you're playing good, they're great.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you're not
Yeah.
playing good, they're rubbish. It's just another thing that you've got to put up with, I think. Playing a bit in Australia where they play with a lot of music, a lot of
Don't
loud
they?
music and crowds.
Yeah.
I don't think distractions get more than that. But again, it's all about when that bowl's in your hand, the next 10, 12, 13 seconds are all concentration, and then you can be a part of the atmosphere, I suppose.
I often question the necessity to have absolute silence in tennis and golf. Again, if crowds are there, they pay the money, they go along to enjoy themselves, to support and to watch quality play, and then for them not to be able to
Here, Colonel.
get involved, that is, even talking to each other, I think it's far too restrictive. And
Well done.
in bowls, some people get a bit uptight if there's a lot of noise, but gee, if you know it's going to be there, you prepare for it.
Yeah, if it's always there, it's not a problem.
No.
It's when it becomes, like you play in a few indoor things and the crowd's so quiet and someone's opening up a little sweetie and it sounds like there's a microphone right next
Yes,
to it. You can hear it so well.
Great bowl.
Good shot.
Nice little touch
Yeah,
of
you
there from Les
follow
Smith.
that. You're always reaching through to here.
Oh no, that wasn't Les, was it? Oh yes, it was.
Nice to see that one come up.
I think that the 2 leads didn't start this end very well, but the 2s have stood up, and that's a really, really good role,
Given
If
this
the
a
leads
good
aren't
chance.
there, it's your job to take their place.
Grab it.
Got the hole.
Yeah, we just heard Gary Peterson, the skip for Wanganui East Side, say, oh, I was really pleased to see that bowl come in because he was down a couple.
One more set. One more set, eh? Yep, that's a good shot.
And for a lot of these players playing on TV, wearing a microphone, it's all so much different, and it just takes a little bit of time to get used to all those things as well. It's you know, where to stand, where you can and can't stand, what you can and can't say, obviously.
Some people take notice of that. Yes, it is. It's quite different, and no matter how much you say, look, you know, you won't even notice the camera. I mean, there it is behind you, so but you don't notice it's there. But it's all very well to say that, but
Yeah. It takes a couple of times to
yes,
realise that they're fixed and they don't move and they're just there, you know.
we track here.
Oh, good shot.
Oops.
Yep, good shot.
Holding 2. That was a Milton Bowls bowl, Dave. So Wanganui East Side holding 2 on this end. This is the first. Of the second set. Right, what does the skip do here, Joe? Down 2, just draw it.
He's down to his, yeah, he's got to draw it. Give it a chance. Nice confident draw. Sits on either the bowl or the jack. He's going to cut it down. He's got the grass for it.
Yeah. Oh, he'll be annoyed that, well, mind you, that jack has moved, hasn't it? So, but I think it's probably hasn't, no, the jack's gone back and across, so it's probably still 2. It is still 2.
2 lollipops.
Yep.
Having won the first 6-3, they start off with a 2 on the first end of the second set.
Now do you whack your power play in, score a 2 here and the game's gone.
Oh, I think they're thinking about other things. See, a bit late now, the bowl's gone down. So power play will, you would think, come up very soon, maybe for Tyree, unless they can get on the board with this one.
Good start.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate on whether or not to play your power play when you've got last bowl. In the BPL, all the skips like having last bowl.
Yeah.
There is a bit of a debate if you've got a
very
lead
good
that's
effort,
going
Jonah.
extremely well
Weight's real good.
to dictate the length, and you get one on it early. It puts the opposition under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the whole thinking of a game changes, doesn't it, when that first bowl is right on the jack. And here we see this one coming through from Adrian. Looks
Great
pretty
shot
good.
here.
A good shot here.
Well, there you go. If this was a power play and they're holding 2, you'd be thinking that was a good decision.
Well, it's still early in the game, John.
Yep.
One bowl can change it.
And it might be this one from Shona. The way she's looking at it, she quite likes this. Or just going to be over, but handily placed.
It's a good position.
Make that your jack.
Last thing you need
Join to
there
that.
is one that's a metre short, that's A, blocking, and B, is going to play no part in the end, really. Good
Great
shot.
bowls.
Yep.
It's a great
So
shot.
you're down here, you're work through the head by half a metre.
And this is what he's done well too, hasn't he, in previous ends. The Colonel.
Perfect. You know, his directions are great. Clear, quick.
He's trying.
Oh,
Oh, great bowl.
Yeah, second shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
make
shot.
this your jack.
that is a
Go
good
in
shot,
here.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, there were 3 down.
He's loading up the arm in the background, ready for his second. Fingers on the trigger. Let's see what he can do with this. The blue
You
one.
add half a metre to that on the same line and you'll get a result.
Blue one over the back here to the bottom left. That belongs to his team, his lead Shona.
You can play this a little quicker if you like, you know. Bit of a cannons on with those front 2.
Line's real good.
Got the jack all the way.
Oh, he has 2, but going the wrong way. Hard luck out of that, but
Bit
oh,
unlucky,
Told you it was
but
one of those days.
yeah. Yep, one skip saying jack all the way. That was the opposition skip, and then he's saying, I hope it goes back to the left, and it did.
exactly.
No luck here.
I told you over there it was one of those days.
Well, now it's up to the Tyree skip, Dave Robinson, to shift that shot bowl and stay there and give them 3. That's all he's got to do. On the other
It's
hand,
a nice,
yeah,
nice port down there for him.
yeah.
What do you like? Out there?
But first up though, it's Gary Peterson, holding
Just
shot.
looking to try and get another one close, just to lessen the damage if he gets it a shot bowl out of there. Oh,
Yeah, just narrowed the gap up a wee bit, hasn't he? But
certainly
it's
did.
still
He's
there.
got to play it a little bit swingy now. You can't go quick at it. Ideally, you'd like his bowl to count as well.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit greedy. I'm sure they'd love a 2 right here, right now.
Well, he's going to get into the danger area, I think, isn't he? So, oh no, not quite. Not quite. Just looking to, yeah.
Big bowl here.
Yeah.
Just sit this bowl out for 2. Hopefully he stays around for 3. On the high side.
Yep, 1-2 Wanganui East side, and they now lead by 3-0 in this second set. Coming up to the third end. Any idea of power play at all?
Yes,
Okay.
still no
Yep.
sign.
Oh yes, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Colonel.
Tyree Tigers. Do or die here for the Tyree Tigers. Remember, if in the power play, double points, whatever you get, it's doubled.
And I think it also depends on which way you're going better at too. There's a lot of times in games you prefer one end, one end of the green, and you seem to be going better on them. So whether that comes into your thinking on when you play the power play.
Yeah, good start, Adrian.
Yeah, good point, Joe. Okay, here we go. Shona back in form. Let's see. Tracking well.
Good bit of grass out here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep, good ball.
Change your hand, Adrian. Playing up onto your one. Under there.
Both the leads started off on that ditch side and have turned.
Good luck.
Adrian's also one of those who had a hip replacement. It'd be interesting to ask around the club here actually to see how many have.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of them around.
Yep. And I think what people find too is that there's a lot of crouching or squatting, isn't there, in bowls, and it's a really good exercise for hips.
For sure.
Drawing through onto Adrian's.
There's sort of quiet man or person in this team, with Adrian leading well, and Les, though, a couple of times has had to come in to lead, and there he plays. That's a good shot too,
Good
just
shot.
getting the right connection, and stays
Yeah, good
on
weight.
and
Yeah,
over.
down here now too, Colonel. In here.
I think the damage to hips are done in other sports, the crickets, the wicket keeping in crickets, the basketball.
Yep.
Just drawing underneath that blue one.
Yes, the impact sports as well, isn't it, with the league and rugby, you'd think. But I think one great thing about
all of your body, isn't it?
yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hips are the last to go. One good thing I think about bowls, and I've mentioned it regularly, is the fact that a lot of people aren't inclined to
2
play any of those sports that you've mentioned. Don't want to be involved in a contact sport, even if it's the likes of basketball or netball or soccer or whatever, football. But they've still got that skill and want to be competitive, and this is an ideal sport for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just a sport for everything, really. I mean, I was a soccer player before in my other life,
Yep.
and gave that up and was still really, really competitive. And it's a sport that can take you to so many different places. And if you are really competitive and want to put the work in, geez, you can get the rewards.
Yes. But as you know, a lot of people will have said to you in those days, "Oh, you're not old enough to play bowls yet," and that's still a comment, isn't it?
That was quite a nice comment that I received. There was a few not so nice ones back in the day.
You've got to get Karen Rackley involved, Joe. Karen.
Karen, Jane Miles,
Yes.
all the ex-softballers,
Yep.
Karen Kanye, yep.
And still playing golf, of course, and I think such good sports people with great hand-eye coordination. Here's a good bowl coming in from the skip of the Wanganui team, lovely.
Good shot.
And transferring those skills to bowls is so straightforward for many. In fact, damned annoying at times.
Yeah, I think it's a great start if you have got a bit of a sporting background behind
Yes.
you, and you've got that competitiveness too, and it's just that, well, I can do it once, why can't I do it 2 and 3 and 4 times, and it just draws you back. And it's, I've played most of the sports. It's probably it's the hardest one I've played. Not physically, but mentally and repetitively. It's it's a game that draws you in, and and keeps you engaged.
Well, this power play's not working at the moment for Tyree. It's going to be up to their skip to put one in here. His first one has been picked up.
Yeah,
So here it is.
It's a big bowl.
Yep. As he said, one of those days. This is a good track if he's got the weight to get underneath that. He's not going to get underneath that. So they drop a couple. So 2 more for the Wanganui East Side combination. They lead by 5-0, and possibly they'll play their power play now. Let's see what they do.
Well, if they don't, it's wasted.
Yeah.
It's a wasted power play if they don't. You know, even if the opposition score a 6, they've still got to win the last end. So it's a wasted power play not to play it now.
And
I might leave it till the last one.
oh no, he's just said we might leave it till the last one. Well, they've got to now because it's too late. So this Wanganui East Side Eagles team, Gary Peterson is the skip, Les Smith is at 2, and Adrian Richdale is leading for them with the green bowls. That's that one that's just been delivered. This other team from Tyree, the Tyree Tigers, Shona Morrison is leading with Colonel Dixon at 2, and Dave Robinson their skip.
Just a little bit of green.
Sometimes the harder you try, the worse it becomes. There is such a thing as having an off day, isn't there? And, you know, nothing you do comes right, turns out right. And on the other hand, your opponent is doing what Adrienne is doing and just plonking them there or thereabouts.
Yeah, she's had a really good game, hasn't she,
Yeah.
Adrian?
Here,
Yeah, pretty good here, Shona. Oh, it's got a door on
dip.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good effort.
holding one. Draw around here, that's us.
The next game we're going to show is the Kiatoa Braves from Timaru and the Cambridge Central All-Stars. That's our second game. We're showing 4 games live today. Takapuna Blue Wave against Omarunui Aces.
You try one down there,
And the
Colonel.
4th game will be Paikakariki against Te Atatu. So the Colonel will be really disappointed with his 2 bowls in that previous end when they were playing the power play, and he had 2 short and narrow, and yet most of the match he's been very
Trying
effective.
to come in here, turn that
Particularly playing that other hand coming this way, he was very
He's
effective.
drawn a lot down that back end.
Yeah.
Obviously it is a little bit cluttered now.
Even more so now.
Yeah, good shot.
He's done that a bit, hasn't he?
He's just been the cement in the team, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just reduced when needed, added when needed.
Play down here. Play inside Shonas. Your weight's right through to here.
I think he'd like that call.
Get into them.
Yeah. Look at his eyes, he's focused on the spot that he wants it to cross, bowled across. Is he underneath Shona or hitting a square will be all right?
Oh dear.
He gets a shot out of it.
Everyone laughs. You wouldn't be laughing if you're only one up.
No, that's true. Yeah. Very tactically aware, Brian Colonel Dixon.
Well thought out.
Yeah.
Well thought out. All done on with mirrors, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see it that way, but good on you. He's played some very good bowls in this match. Gary Peterson.
Yes, I think as a triple, they've each played their role really, really well.
Yeah.
All played a big part in this win.
We might
Oopsie-doosy.
not come in from there.
Yeah.
He's not going to be short. His last bowl of this end.
Yeah, jack of the bowl.
That might work for them anyway. Gee. Yeah, there we are. I'd forgotten about the power play, says Adrian. So Tyree on the board with that one in the second set.
Power play.
Whoa, there we are. We haven't seen much of this, Matt, going out midway.
No, they had it the time before, I think.
Yeah, we've already hit our one.
You had yours, yeah.
It's good to see a change in length.
Yeah,
Obviously,
well
when
done,
you are
Shona.
trying
Very
to
good.
find numbers, there is a thing about a ditch to ditch or as long as you can. Obviously, you can't go T to T in this format, but yeah, it just seems to wheedle out the bad bowls, make them a lot worse, and you know, able to pick up numbers a little bit easier, I think. Obviously, if you're going good enough.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm not worried. I'd sooner see you stay there. You've played there all day. You just sneak inside there.
Yeah, and it's a good call. She has played that hand very well, and her job is to get us to as close as she can. I think if she changed her hand,
Yeah, well done.
you know,
Very
you're guessing
good.
a little bit with the line.
Yeah, you want another metre, make that your green, up to
Real
there.
good call and a really good bowl.
Wait up to there.
Just see what slight green correction Adrian makes here, or it's a big green correction here, but her weight might be such that she does some damage to one of the blue bowls. Not quite up there. Right, chance to go make it 3, Colonel.
You play here. You're deliberately playing a wee bit skinny to make sure you're underneath there.
Ooh.
Just drawing one to the circle. Here's good.
Then the skip says something cheeky like, "Oh, you might not have noticed, but the mat's been dragged up a wee bit."
Yeah. Always an obvious call every now and then, isn't it?
Or just your weight and your
Just
green.
correct your weight.
Yeah.
You're just drawing underneath that bowl, finishing up in here.
Now, for viewers who haven't seen a bowling arm in action, you'll see how smoothly Brian Dixon gets this away. Little trigger in the handle, which takes some adjusting too, but you get a nice momentum. Pendulum swing, and away it goes.
It's getting that timing point right,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah, you seldom see them wobble, of course, because they're so firmly
Good
held in the
shot.
grip.
Very good.
Quite a good
Well
bowl.
done.
Good shot. Oh, putting a little bit of pressure on
One on the
the
head.
Wanganui
Just
team
to beat
here.
this one
Obviously,
here.
they need to score a 5 to force a tiebreak.
Yep. Here comes Mr.
Three out of the
Reliable.
first 4.
That's great.
Oh,
Oh, no rubs. I heard the call,
Ouch.
yeah. No rub. But he got the rub and gets the shot.
Good time to do that one. Didn't want to drop it.
So that red bowl comes into play, I think the one that's of the Colonels, because you can see the skip, Dave Robinson, looking at that, saying if I hit that, it might just take out that shot bowl and stay. So we'll see what he can do.
yeah. Certainly got to be looking for movement of the shot bowl. He needs to play it with a weight that his bowl hangs around too. Tough shot.
Yep.
It's always going to be a tough ask to get a 5 on the last end when
Yes.
there's only 6 bowls available.
And he doesn't manage it, and so one bowl to go if they're going to play it, but it doesn't matter. Differential doesn't really come into it. It's wins that matter, and the win this time goes to Wanganui Eastside Eagles, who have beaten the Tyree Tigers 2-0, winning the first 6-3 and the second 6-1. So Wanganui Eastside Eagles march on in their quest to win 5 of 8 matches and qualify for tomorrow's play. 6-3, 6-1. Well done to the two teams. We'll be back soon, Joe, with second commentary on our next game, which is Kiatoa against Cambridge. In the meantime, let's have a look at some highlights of this, and we'll see you very shortly.
think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times
this view of the bowls, if this is in fact the first time you've been watching over the weekend, this Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. This particular match is between the Kiatoa Braves from South Canterbury. They're the representatives there. We see their names coming up. And they're up against the Waikato champions, Cambridge Central All-Stars. So I'm John Macbeth, and joining me again is former New Zealand, I'll start at the top, former world champion, a New Zealand representative, Joe Edwards. Nice to have your company again, Joe, and it'll be interesting to see how quickly these players, the leads, get onto a length here, as we've talked about previously.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about that good start, and yeah, starting off down that ditch hand. They've obviously played a game on this rink before, or have watched a couple of games, and yeah, it's so important to pick the best hand on the rink, and that could be different across the 8 rinks on the screen. So, you know, pick it quickly, and you'll get off to a really good start.
So Kiatoa here. This is Ian Holly who's leading. Ian actually comes from Kerikeri. He played his bowls in Kerikeri up north, and interestingly he said during COVID he and his wife Jackie were in Timaru and lockdown occurred. They couldn't get home, and they said we just liked the place so much that we decided to stay. So so great reason. He got a gold star up in Kerikeri, and you know, so he said, and Jackie's one of those who likes to watch the bowls, and she'll be watching this for sure. So he has the red bowl, which is just there at 7 o'clock if we use the clock system. His number 2 is Noel Williams, who having grown up in Timaru, Joe, I recognise some of these players, and I recognise Noel from living not far away from us and when I was growing up in Timaru. And there he goes, putting in a pretty good first bowl. Number 2 for Cambridge is Lisa Mundell. Oh, that's a nice bowl. Yeah, isn't it funny? People will moan about that and say, oh, you were lucky, but in fact it's part of the game, isn't it? And that bowl was there to be used if she was slightly wider than she wanted to be.
Yeah, look, it is part of the game. However, you know, she was a bit quick, and
Yep.
probably had good grass. She would have finished on the centre line, but it certainly slowed her down a bit.
Might just get the same result here. If you can get on the inside of that, that'll be a really good bowl. Oh, hard luck, but still a good bowl there from Noel Williams.
2 good bowls there. Just wanted to get inside that. Just finished just past the jack.
I like this. They're all grinning. They're enjoying it. They've found the weekend to be something special. The 2 skips, Brian, who he said, no one will know me if you call me Brian. Chipper Allen.
Chipper.
Yep. And Sharon Leonard is the Kiatoa skip. She's on the mat now. Sharon's got 14 South Canterbury Centre titles, so
It's all right then.
Yeah, yeah. It's a pretty good track, isn't it? Just a wee bit more. Would have been spot on. So the blue ball on the jack at the moment is Lisa Mundell of Cambridge. She's holding shot.
There's a hard shot to play, only a one bowl target.
You'd expect his nickname Chipper to come from some sort of involvement with wood.
Wood.
But in fact he was a butcher, and of course, you know, probably like a lot of butchers at the time used to give out chipolatas to kids, the little saveloys, you know. So chipper refers to chipolata. So
Nice.
yeah. So there we go. That's one it is. The black belongs to Cambridge. The black lollipop, that is. And they start with a single. That's interesting, isn't it, Joe, where they played that hand or that side of the rink going the other way, and they all took a good wide green, and that coming back the other way, playing on the backhand, I suppose, but narrowed it up a lot. Not quite where he wanted it from Alf Cox with the orange bowl.
Yeah, sometimes it can be in the delivery as well, going from forehand to backhand, just not opening yourself up enough on the mat. Obviously, you've got to aim a fair bit, not off the centre line. So you know, you need your shoulders, hips, knees all to be aiming where you're going, and just got to open up that shoulder, and which gives you a little bit more grass, I think.
Well, we haven't seen where it ended, but we know that it wasn't a bowl that he enjoyed just by his reaction.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
Yeah, pretty good leading from Ian Holly, who's the Kiatoa lead.
Yeah, two pretty good bowls to start off this end. One kind of on it, one behind.
We were talking in the last game about players going to bowls from other sports, and you mentioned your involvement with football and other sports. Well, Lisa said, oh, I played a lot of soccer. I played soccer until I was 40, I think she said. And I said, well, it must have only been last year. Anyway, that was a good little bonus for me. And also tennis. So she's played other sports, and she's rocked into bowls. She's been playing 8 years, and just loves it. Really does.
Yeah, like I was saying, you know, just coming from other sports, you know, your body's still fit enough to play this at a high level, and your competitiveness is sure there. It just gives you a head start, I think, playing other sports, playing other team sports as well. You get the dynamics of what you're trying to do within a team. It's things you know take a while to learn if you haven't done that in practice.
Yeah. Those two bowls of hers in a line with each other, meaning that she made no correction to the green, but it's a matter of what she does with that information, isn't it?
For sure, you're just putting it into the big computer up top, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, that's why they say to watch every bowl. You know, sometimes it's very hard to watch some shockers go up, but you learn things from every bowl, and it's just inputting it into the big computer and making a correction the next time.
So the red bowl belongs to Ian Holly of Kiatoa. That's the shot at the moment. So Kiatoa holding one. They're down by 1-0 on the board. Just a reminder that this is 2 sets of 5 ends, so very quick game. Each team has the opportunity to of a power play, which doubles whatever points they might get on that particular end. Chipper's partner Jeanette was in the original lineup for this combination, and not Lisa. But Jeanette is in fact Alf Cox, the lead's sister. But Jeanette's she's just taken a bit of a hit with her health of late, and so she's at home. It was going to be a nice few days away for the pair of them, but best wishes to you up there, Jeanette, watching this. Chipper said you'll be watching and criticising, so that's good.
Get well soon.
Yep. Right, there's a lot of bowls to the left as we look at it, which means they're all just struggling with that green on that hand.
Just down that ditch hand again, just not trusting it, not believing your eyes where you need to go. That's a little bit better. Played pretty good first one, just out of the count.
Yeah, yep. If he tickles the jack here, he'd be really happy. Not quite. Right, you heard Noel Williams say round mine, so take some green. She's certainly going to do that. We'll see if his instructions were accurate or not. Well, there you go. Listen to it. That's another bowl going in and falling in. It'll be all well, we'll see. Might not be. Certainly 1 to Kiatoa, which will level the scores.
It's a big part of a skip's play, you know, when you are holding, not to be narrow. So his directions were, you know, pretty much without saying it, by drawing around mine, which means just do not be narrow here.
Yeah. Particularly if there's a bit of danger if you're narrow, for example, flicking them back to these two down here.
Yeah, there's always danger when you're narrow.
We tried to stretch it too, but I think it's just 1. Oh no, maybe he's saying 2. It is 2. Okay, there we are. That good stretchy tape of Noel Williams. So 2-1 Kiatoa lead after the second end. Kiatoa, the South Canterbury representatives here, and Cambridge Central All-Stars Waikato. Kiatoa, incidentally, have won 3 of their 5 matches, Joe, so teams have to win 5 of 8 to qualify, and that's it. There's no sort of filling a field. We don't want 16 teams or anything like that. It's just you win 5 matches and you're through to the post section tomorrow.
And I kind of like that. Everyone knows exactly what they have to do. There's no set differential, shot differential. You know, you win 5 games, you're in, and then there'll probably be some buys into a quarterfinal or whatever. But I think that's it's a lot better format when you go into the tournament. You know exactly what you have to do to qualify, and there's no arguments.
And so into this game then, so Kiatoa would have looked at, or possibly looked at what Cambridge have done, and Cambridge have only had 1 win. And sometimes that's dangerous, isn't it, to look at it. So you're better off not knowing sometimes. And, you know, for Cambridge, they've got no chance of qualifying now. But what they can do is ruin the day for, you know, 3 other teams.
Yeah, and I think those that look at something like that and think it's an easy win are a bit foolish. I think, you know, rather than looking at who you're playing as in the Cambridge team that haven't won a game or can't qualify, we're playing the blue team. You know, we used to do it with the New Zealand team, and you know, so you're not playing Australia, you're just playing the yellow team, and it's just it kind of changes your focus, your mindset. So you're playing the people in front of you, and it's a different game, it's a different day, and in this sport, anyone can beat anyone on their day. So you get into that mindset that it's an easy game, or you should win, or you're going to come unstuck. You know, go on with it. Look, we've just got to try and get them closer than the opposition, And if we do, if we get more around it, we're going to give ourselves a good chance of winning this game, and that doesn't change no matter who you play.
Yeah, good points. Well, Kiatoa needed one there, because the Hollies had both been quite short. They were down 2. Plenty of room to draw.
Pretty good delivery, pretty solid. Kind of a simple delivery, which I don't mean nasty. It's a delivery that not a lot of things can go wrong. Not a lot of movement. Only the things that need to be moved are moving, and it's a simple delivery, which is what you want to get to. I think it's one that you can repeat time and time again.
Well, she asked him to go a bit wider, and he has just not quite. Lovely weight, yeah. Not
Great
far off
weight.
being a good ball. Lisa and Sharon were chatting beforehand and said they've played each other a couple of times at national events, and I think Lisa had the wood on Sharon the first time, and Sharon reversed that the next time. So, as they both said, that's one a great thing about bowls, or sport in general, I suppose, is that they never knew each other beforehand. Then they played against each other in some tournament, hit it off, and then they played each other again, and now they're like old mates.
Yeah, and you find sometimes at the national tournament you seem to play the same people. It's the most bizarre. It's an open draw and everything, but you seem to run into the same faces quite often, and you strike up a lot of friendships and which carry on through life.
Yeah. Well, Sharon Leonard was in the top 8 at the National Fours this year, her team. Again, for people in that area or involved in motor racing, there was a fantastic driver called Leo Leonard.
Leo.
Yeah, and he became a very good bowler too. Gosh, when he took up bowls,
Certainly
he'd been
did.
a fine rugby player and then a bowler. So Leo and Maureen, his wife, they both play bowls, and so Sharon's an in-law to them. Peter is her father-in-law. He's played a lot of bowls. Her husband Michael plays bowls, so the Leonard name's been around the traps and the bowling scene for quite some time.
Yeah, very good player, Leo Leonard. Came up to the Stoke singles a lot when they run in Nelson.
Yep.
Big singles tournament back in the 90s, early 2000s.
Yes, I think in his day, having been a rugby player and a businessman, and when he took up bowls, he was still reasonably young, and I think it probably a bit like you, people were saying, "What are you playing bowls, Leo?"
I got asked by one lady, is there nothing in Nelson for young people to do? Which I thought, oh.
You want me to come there?
Rude. I was a bit gobsmacked with that one.
But now, when you look at it, if you take, say, Val, your old playing partner, out of the New Zealand team, the average age of that New Zealand women's team would be, about 25, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Might not even be that.
Oh, dead right. And
So
but then
that's-
back in the day when we started, we were very young.
Yes.
We were very young to start, but now it's it's in the
Just another
colleges.
foot to get in the
It's
circle.
there's underage teams, international teams, and it's just there's a real cool pathway to go right to the top if you want it. And you start young, your body's able to adapt to things. You've got no sore bits, and it looks a lot easier. A lot of the young ones' deliveries just look so sweet and without effort. But there's a great pathway right through the top.
Coming in out there, aren't they?
Yeah, too wide. I wouldn't go that wide.
There's a measure round.
I think so.
Not much in it. Oh.
originally favoured yours. When I had a look after, there wasn't much between the two of them.
No, I favour yours.
And then you get a surprise. Oh, that's us. Got it.
Because it depends where that's in the middle too. You know,
You've got to have that sitting smack in the middle
It's a
of
pretty
that
big
tee.
square sometimes.
Yeah.
It could quite easily be just there.
Yeah.
It just makes a difference,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Orange.
An orange. At the front one.
Oh, might be
Go
two.
down.
Two to Cambridge. Yeah, yeah, wow.
Your last one of yours counted. Yeah.
Deceptive
Yeah.
on the TV coverage.
Should've stayed on the
So
same
Cambridge
line.
get a 2 there and move to 3-2 ahead after 3 ends of this first set.
It's a nice colour there.
Chipper talking to the marker, the player with the lollipops indications of the shot, and just saying nice colour there. It was the black he could see.
Good weight, Al.
Now we talked on the previous end coming this way, Joe, about you might bowl a bad bowl, but it's what you do with it, and that's to put it up top. And Alfred bowled 2 really narrow bowls coming this way last time, and his first one he hasn't quite got it into his head that you need
Yes,
to
Ian.
take a lot of green out there.
Yeah, great start, Ian.
More green
I
anyway.
think this is a better hand for you.
Yeah, and I
okay?
think like this, I was just about to say, the skip's role
Come on,
is to
guys.
perhaps change him,
And he has.
and you know, just for a mindset change to switch off from that backhand to reassess,
Got the weight to be
refocus,
right.
and sometimes you can only need to do it for one or two ends, and you can go back on there and you're all good. But
Yep.
but in this short format, you've got to get on top of it. And you
Right,
just can't waste
okay.
bowls.
It's looking good again, Ian. Sit now, sit.
It's about a metre behind that one.
Be happy
And
with
again,
that
a
weight.
couple of bowls. Yeah, a couple of bowls within a metre. If you get more bowls in the area than your opposition, you have chances of making
really
numbers,
so.
and you're not going to
Might
drop big
travelling this
numbers.
time.
Right.
Noel Williams' wife, Kathy, is watching at home. She plays golf,
Yes,
but he
Noel.
said she's great. She likes to watch the game.
Turned in
And
nicely,
she'd
well
be
done.
Quite happy with that too. That's a good bowl there, though. So holding 3, it appears. Kiatoa. There's 2 red ones in that last one of Noel Williams. We've got the teapot there on the left. Hands on hips from Chipper. Yeah, I think that was his comment too that said, oh, because he realised that Lisa Mandela had gone a bit too wide on that hand.
Again, the weight wasn't so bad. She got, you know, getting the hard bit right. The weight,
Yeah.
the weight's the kind of the hard bit, and obviously just a little bit heavy, but you know, you just need to feed that in. And
Just watch that 2 metre
But as
again.
Chipper views it there,
Watch
he's
that
thinking to
2 metre
himself,
again.
this, you know, if I'm any good at drawing, I should be able to get a couple in there.
I can lift from that or something like that.
Because it looks to be a big gap. However,
My ball, come on.
as we say, that the centre of the circle to the outside, there's not much. It's not. It would fit about 3 bowls in there or something. That's about all.
yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, whether you're 2 or 3 down, it's you're just trying to draw a shot close to the jack. As if no bowls on the head, you're just drawing a bowls close to the jack. It's just getting in that mindset that it doesn't matter if you're up or down, just going through that process and drawing the shot.
Yep.
Great weight, just not trusting that line out there.
Yeah, that's it. And Sharon, Leonard found that difficult last time too. Remember the two said, take more green. She's playing the other hand now though, I think. Coming into a good home here if it beats that.
It's another counter.
Yeah. For big bowl here for Chipper Allen. Turning his body way up in the direction he wants to bowl it. Has he gone wide enough this time? No, I don't think so.
Don't think so. Unless he runs into the jack on the way through.
Yeah. And just look where it finishes up. It's way over to the
That
right.
last
So
one counting?
bonus.
It is.
These
my
are the
last,
big ones.
My last shot. Yeah, okay.
These are the big bowls in a game. You know, they should be easy. You've got a yard and a bit to draw a shot.
Does she like it? I think she
Yeah,
does.
good grass. Is she here?
Oh, she's not going to get there. Oh, she'll be really annoyed about that.
Yeah, it's
That was a
short.
big opportunity to pick up a handful. As it stands, it's 5. Oh, that is a handful. That's 5. Even I know that. So, big end there for Kiatoa. The fourth end of 5 in this first set. And they lead on the board by 7-3. One end to play.
Yeah, I knew it was 4 before I left. Yeah, I was just trying to rest on one of them. Happens, isn't it?
Certainly does happen.
I was a bit short for the 6th one, wasn't I?
So that, yeah, so she shouts, doesn't she?
I didn't want to go heavy and move it, so.
That's pretty good last night.
That's the thing. She doesn't want to go heavy and move it. That's the, it's the mindset you've got to get into on the mat where you've got to feed the right things into the old brain, As soon as you say don't be short or don't be long or don't be narrow, it's just a negative. It's, if we can simplify it all by, lining up, getting yourself right on the mat, those things that you can control. You can control your foot placement, everything that goes with it, your delivery. And then it's just draw the shot. Take all those negative things out of your brain and be confident with what you're doing.
And if your skip says, or the person on the head says, don't move the jack. We don't want you to move the jack. I mean, and what's the last thing you've heard is move the jack, isn't it?
But you can be positive in what you say. What you say to people can play a huge part. You're trying to beat this bowl out here. All of a sudden you've got a yard. It's not. You don't have to be on top of the jack to add another. It's you point out which bowl you're beating, and all of a sudden you get a little bit more confident in what you're doing.
You'd like a wee feather off this.
Take your ball off. Hello.
Yeah.
See those 4 bowls that have already been delivered have all been delivered on the same hand that this
nicely,
one's coming on, and they've all been narrow. So Noel Williams is probably overcorrected, but at least he's on the right side. We'll see what Lisa Mundell does with this. Says all the staff at Rotorua High School will probably be watching. She works there, and Gary, her partner, will be glued to the set, getting ready to send a text congratulating or criticising. Supporting, supporting. Eh?
Supporting, yeah, good word.
Get your shot.
Ooh, that's what he didn't want, is to knock that up. Avoids that.
Yep, don't beat him, Matt. Don't go to be up there.
Yeah, don't go do I don't. Yeah, I mean he did good with this first call. That's the one
Yeah.
you're beating.
Yeah.
You know, don't go too wide. I bet you she's narrow. You know, if that's was the last call he made, he did get out of it a little bit. I think.
Yeah, good ball.
Yeah, that'll
So
work.
work.
Yep, got
Yeah,
it.
good
Yep.
shot.
So that's the shot there. It's one, maybe that Orange's
yeah,
second
that's it.
shot. It may be a couple here at the moment to Cambridge. They're down by 7-3.
Oh, so we have to have a go. We have to have a go. Something.
You get a lot of people saying, you know, you got to try and get around that bowl. The minute you say that, people put on weight to try and get around it. It's, you know, at the end of the day, it's about 4 inches wide. You know, play as if it's not there.
Yep.
But be aware that, you know, try not to cross the centre line. That's all that you're trying to do. You know, crossing the centre line's just, it's never really good unless you're down. But when you're trying to draw a shot, you know, try and finish on the high side. Or nail the centre line, obviously, that's ideal.
Well, here he goes. Even pushing this orange one in, but inside that'd be good.
Count.
Yeah, I think it will be, won't it? Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, look at that. Even gets a wee touch. So it might be 3 down here, Kiatoa.
This is, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's whistling
Bit
through.
quick.
Oh, this we could have it
Oh.
level here. 7 all.
I think they are holding 3, aren't they?
Oh, I think so. Yeah. Certainly the blue one to the left is second shot, and then is the orange one to the right.
Oh, the orange.
I'd say so.
Very good, thank you.
It counts.
Is it a nervous laugh?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, draw the shot. Tie the set.
Yeah.
He's heard you.
I think Sharon will be thinking, I hope
Yeah,
that
he's
the
picked
bowl
up
that
on
I
it.
didn't draw for 6, I hope
Yeah.
that doesn't matter now.
Yep. She's just been looking in the commentary box area here, talking to Mark O'Connor from Bowls New Zealand. And,
Slow down.
Oh
oh.
dear. Oh, land the bowl
Oh,
and
no,
it's
no,
okay.
he's all right.
Oh, don't touch the jack.
Oh,
Aye.
Didn't need to move it.
Oh,
That's 3 rather than 5. 3 it was. A lucky escape there for Kiatoa. They were looking down the barrel of losing or at least tying that first set when they were so well advanced at 7-3. So the first set ends with Kiatoa winning it by 7-6. Kiatoa Braves of South Canterbury, Cambridge Central All Stars of Waikato. 7-6 to Kiatoa.
Again, you know, we were just talking about when you're holding, don't be narrow. You know, there are times when a little bit of jack movement is going to be in your favour, but yeah, just needed to draw the shot rather than touch the jack. But
It happens.
it certainly does.
Right, let's be first, Alf.
Well, a reprieve there for Kiatoa.
21.
Kiatoa needing to win this to continue to have a chance of qualifying. It would be 4 wins from 6, and that would leave them with 1 more win
Good green.
in their next 2 rounds.
You don't want to be getting into that last round needing to win it.
Good home.
Holly with his second. He was a bit wide with his first. He's had reasonably good weight all during the
Come
day.
on, in you come. In you come.
Yeah,
Nice
not too
correction
bad.
here.
Great bowl, Ian.
Got his
You
gold
beat that
star bowling out of Kerry.
Beautiful part of the world up there.
Lovely.
Just wait, that's all.
Either hand, no.
Look at that perfect green with both bowls. So just the
He's tried to
second
make the
part of the
correction,
equation.
hasn't
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Williams practicing what he's preached about, you know, giving it plenty of green out on that side. Start
Probably
of
more the
second
weight.
set. Yes.
Yeah, more the weight in that last bowl. You know, another couple of metres would have brought it back quite a bit further.
Looks to be travelling. But if she sits on that, it'll be good.
Sure.
Yeah, good bowl.
Yep, that'll be.
Down to that, no.
You're good.
Coming through there.
Yep, still there.
Well,
Got
a
the shot.
bit lucky to have that Holly bowl in there, the red one. Kiatoa, that second shot.
Lisa's just trying to get another one. Just repeat the dose of the last bowl. Yes, good grass again. Short of a gallop.
She's a scattered head, but the bowl that really matters is that blue one of Lisa Mundell, which holds the shot for Cambridge, the Cambridge Central All Stars, as they seek to start the second set positively. Has she remembered about giving it some green? It looks quite a good track if she picks up the jack, because otherwise she might just whistle.
She's got
Yeah. No change, I would say.
No change, but
Have we got the shot?
I think it does leave them with 2 or 3 seconds now.
Yes.
The Kiatoa team. Very important to get another one on the.
Chipper Allen.
More down, Noel.
Oh, it's just up.
Still one down.
Yeah, it's just opened up that port to get down to that blue one. Yeah, good call. Yeah, sitting through. Or kind of pick your weight here.
Yeah, just overdraw, isn't it?
Oh, narrow.
Well, and a player, but any, you know,
Yeah,
you've got
yeah.
Gone the other
for
way.
three seconds, so any weight.
Oh, hang on, what happens here?
I think.
Oh, it's one of theirs, one of Kiatoa's. They would have taken it.
Have we got any shots close to it?
To the right.
Anything close? Yeah, I know, but is there anything behind?
Don't worry about that,
Is there
Chipper.
anything behind?
You played your weighted shot last time.
Draw another shot, I think.
Yeah. Well, if he sits on that bowl that was promoted, that'd be all right, wouldn't it? So he's got a couple of
Yep.
targets there. Giving himself a chance.
Well, it's not a bad grass line. Oh,
Another
good attempt. Good attempt there.
single there to Cambridge Central All-Stars.
One to you guys.
Righto, Elf, this is your end. You got your green perfect last time. Get those orange ones right up. Good mix of orange and yellow down there would be good. Your skip would love that.
Green, that's taken.
Yeah, but he won't be here most probably. Go
A
out
little bit of a missed opportunity, you know, by the Kiatoa Sharon's
Yep, good
last
try, Al.
bowl. You know, you don't get very many opportunities in a game of triples to make a number, and especially in the first end of a second set after winning the first set. You know, it's those little moments in games that can just blow a game
Nice
away.
green, Ian.
And just a bit of a missed opportunity.
All right, it's got the 2 metre.
I'll be up to enjoy it, Alf.
And he knows it too, doesn't he? You know, you don't
Yeah.
deliberately bowl short. Although some people who
You
play
are
with me think that I do.
Outside of that,
But
Go out
even if you
purposely
come
to
to
do
here,
it.
it's fine.
Yeah, short bowls are certainly a killer in this game. It's hard as a lead because you're trying to be perfect. But yeah, if you are struggling and you are, you know, short,
Just your
there
way
was
in.
a good thing about just trying to get a yard
Those are
past the
that
jack.
short.
A, it gives you a position,
Either
but B,
hand.
it leaves the front open for the people coming in behind you. So it's easy to say don't be short, but it's just a judgment, isn't it, of how
Yes.
hard to roll the little critter. And some days it's easy, other days you're fighting for it the whole day.
under that, you'll be happy, Lisa.
Yep, good ball.
Either way, really.
You hear all the chatter from out on the rinks. As I'm just looking at to see how many other games are going at the moment. There's 4 or 5, I think, out there. Oh, what was that? That's one he wants to take back. You didn't see that, Kathy, did you? You know,
Yeah, just trying to draw around Alf's ball.
the Kiatoa Club will be sitting there watching while they're playing, probably,
it's out there.
and saying, right,
Still wanna pick
Noel,
up any bowls
first
these
round's
days.
on you when
I
you
know,
come
it's
back.
hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
They look like my old bowls, those ones. Same colour.
It all depends on the correction, of course.
That's exactly right. Well, we'll be forgiven if this one,
Yeah.
next one's a good one.
Well,
Good bowling.
he's That's good. So she
Okay,
changed
Noel, I
hands.
like
She
you on
had
this
to go
hand.
around
Come in
that
here. Here's your,
orange
here's
bowl.
your draw here.
Again, it's just drawing to the jack. The orange bowl isn't there. You know, it's a yard and a half short,
Yep.
and it's quite frankly, if you hit it, you are very narrow. So there's no other bowl on the rink. You're just drawing a shot.
Stay.
She says, with her thought really being, stay, because I don't want to have to play this one. All right, Sharon, your turn now. You're standing up against Brian or Chipper Allen down on the mat.
That was.
Thanks, good right.
Cambridge would dearly love to push this to a tiebreaker. Long way to go in this match yet.
For sure, we've got a couple of power plays to go as well, which are always interesting times.
Yep. President of Bowls New Zealand on the right and board member on the left. Okay, come under it and backdoor it. Did.
That's a great shot.
Yeah.
Perfect weight, inside outside that orange bowl.
She's watching it intently. She wanted to get round the orange one. She's done that. Is it going to come in enough for her? It may well do. It may well be her best shot of the day. Well, at least it's
That's
second
a very
shot.
good shot.
Just do it again.
I'll play this hand. If I'm under, I can touch the ball.
Eh?
And we have got yours now.
This it, yes.
I don't think I know the other way. Yeah, I'll try there. You can't go too wide.
Oh, okay.
Looking at changing his hand, getting onto his own, getting underneath to sit on the last bowl of Sharon's.
Looks very concerned, but I think he's also secretly quite likes the line. Oh, sits on that blue. Oh.
Good attempt. Pretty good weight.
Yeah.
One down. Okay. I haven't got shot.
You know you're right, just seeing if I've got any drugs in
Don't
here.
roll onto that or
Oh, in front of you guys.
So would you be thinking draw this one just like she did last time, or would you be interested in the shot bowl?
No, oh look, I don't think it's really worth much. So just get on the back of her last one. She played the last one very well.
Yep.
Anything on her last bowl, and they're going to have shot.
Well, she's fined this up a
Not
little bit,
bad.
so might be just a push in on that other
just a-
purple. No,
Just a bit quick.
yeah, it was, wasn't it?
A little quick, that's all.
We
Yep.
both had a bit of a go, but we wanted.
But she gave herself a chance, you know.
we nudge on that purple.
Yeah. No.
A single
got it.
black,
No,
and
they
that
don't
means
guess me
Cambridge. Cambridge Central All-Stars. Chipper Alan, Alf Cox and Lisa Mundell have gone to a 2-0 lead in the second set, having dropped the first by 7-6. It's the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. The finals being played here at Naenae Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley.
Janice.
I'm John Macbeth, and Joe Edwards is with me, and we're enjoying bringing you this coverage of the centre champions of the Bowls3Five, all meeting together, and 26 teams out of the 27 centres are represented here, so really good.
It's a great representation. Clubs from throughout New Zealand that and players that don't necessarily get seen on TV very often, and it's just a really good opportunity to play with your mates from your club and play against people that you've never met, and you know, to get 26 teams in Wellington to play in the one tournament, it's a great event. Yeah, it's a great event to be part of. I've played in it once or twice, and it's the game that we know, but it's got a twist, and the short version's exciting and everything, and there's a lot of luck that goes with and against you, and there's a lot of stories to tell at the end of the day, but it's a great event to be part of.
Play the same.
Absolutely.
Play the same.
Because all clubs have got such a busy calendar, haven't they, Joe? And fitting in some events like this are not that easy, and certainly some of the top players in clubs might just have had other commitments, because I suppose really if you play in your club championship, then you've really got to be committed to playing in the centre, you know, champion of champions for this, and yeah, and then being available for this, and for so many players it's quite difficult to find that period.
Yeah, and I think you've seen across the board in this tournament there's not a lot of blackjacks in it.
No.
And I think in Nelson we played it on a Friday night.
Yep.
Which can open it up for a lot more people to play. But you know, when you play at that top level, it's all about balance. And you know, whilst I found playing in the 3-5s, it was good fun. I didn't feel a lot of pressure playing in it. But there is time where you need that downtime, and if you know, just you can't do it all, and some things have to go.
Yeah. But very good. Ball up. Well done. That's two.
Good. Bowlers know their own bowls, don't they, too? And you've got probably out of the 6 sets of bowls down there, there's could well be 6 different makes or models of bowls.
Yeah, and even if you've got the same bowl, different deliveries cause them to have different lines as well.
Just
So
put your line into there. We'll give a shot.
Yeah, foot placement, that's different, and for most people, and delivery and all. Yes, you're right.
Left hand, right
Yep.
hand. It's yeah, you've certainly got to learn what your delivery or your bowl does with your delivery, I think. That's why you can't kind of watch anyone else play. You can't follow their line. It's kind of wasted energy watching the opposition play anyway.
Yeah. That'll create quite a bit of talk out there, Joe, because lots of players stand behind their opposition and, you know, watch their bowl or go all the way down. and what happens, of course, is, you know, intentionally or not, a lot of that information goes into your computer, and if the bowler ahead of you might have been narrow, then it's not beyond the realms of possibility that you might unconsciously think, oh, well, I need to go a lot wider than he did. But he's using a totally different bowl and could be left-handed.
Yeah. And again, it's wasted energy. I mean, your brain will thank you for, at the end of the day, it's, you know, you've got no control over what your opposition does, what they play. If they play a good one, you've just got to try and play a better one. And it's, you know, it's hard keeping your mind occupied for the whole game, and you need to switch on and switch off, and you know, that way you're only concentrating for 12, 13 seconds every bowl. The rest of the time you can kind of get absorbed in the atmosphere, and you can talk to the people on the bank, and then, you know, when it's your time to flick that switch, it's all about you and the concentration, and it just gives you that your brain and just a little bit of a chance to switch off. I mean, you can't do anything about what your opposition do, so you know, why waste your energy on it?
Yep, good, really good comments there, Joe, and that comes from years of experience. And
Sorry, Dave.
wow, yeah, it's okay, Sharon, you weren't far off with that first one. Quickly onto the mat, sorts out a line, hopefully, she says. Oh, almost played it right, but may well have kicked in a second. And it is a 2, so this has been a productive first 3 ends for the Cambridge team. You now lead by 4-0.
So we hold our power play off at the moment, eh?
And their attitude will have changed. They really struggled in that first
Teddy.
set as they were 7-0 down.
Don't get drop it. Playing your power play.
Then hauled up that 3 on the, oh no, they weren't, they were 7-3 down, and then finished up at 7-6. We've got a power play coming.
And I think they've both played their power play. They're going to play their power play well. Kiatoa, obviously, you know, it's do or die this end, and Cambridge are just in case they're holding their power play, just in case Kiatoa score a 2 or a 3.
And just what Kiatoa wouldn't want is for Alf Cox to get one in there, because he's struggled a bit. So now Ian Holly.
Sit.
Still got it, Alf. You've got it. Draw another one.
Really a crunch time in this game, in this set. Kiatoa Braves won the first by 7-6. They're down 4-0 in the second, and they're using their power play. And in comes Alf again. That's a good bowl. He's got 2 shots here.
It's okay.
This is looking good. This is looking good. Thank you. Whoa. Good ball in.
Good shot.
This is my best hand for you. It's about 2 feet in front.
Kiatoa really need to score a 2 here.
Yes.
Scoring a 1 makes a 3 in the last end. Needed.
Keep your weight on.
They'd only need a 2 to draw the set, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, a draw is good enough for them.
Mm.
But it doesn't help the nerves, does it?
Right, coming in there.
No.
Oh, just not turning. Out too wide. Come on, in round to those oranges. Bad luck, Noel.
Lisa's bowled some excellent bowls today. On, I think of 3 occasions where she's drawn perfectly to just sit on the shot. And turn it over for her own team. Oh, lovely line. Look at that, right on the white line. But
Noel, coming through here.
Great track.
Through here to there.
he'll be pleased that he wasn't of a reasonable weight. Because he might have just
Another
knocked
yard
that
of
up.
weight would have been a bit scary.
Yep. So Kiatoa, who are using their power play, are holding one shot. There's a lovely big wide track there between that blue one where Chipper was standing, where Lisa is now, and the shot bowl, the red.
That's easy for him to draw in, isn't it?
And that
Yeah.
is available to both skips, of course.
It's still got to be a... I'd rather get that.
Just he needs to be just a little bit patient here. I think he's wanting to go the shot bowl, but you know, he just a good second shot here is huge. You know, dropping a one here is not disastrous. Obviously, it doubles to two,
Yeah.
but you drop a two here, then it's yeah, squeaky going into that last end.
Well, playing a forehand. Yeah, that's what I read it too, that he said I'd rather have a go at that. But it's drawable for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Just- yeah,
again,
just-
it leaves, if you miss, I don't think it's a negative to kind of think to yourself, what if I miss? If you miss, it gives the opposition a good metre and a half to draw another one,
Yeah.
and you should expect them to.
All right.
I want to play this hand. Lisa,
It's a very
come
fragile
here for a
one that
shot.
Kiatoa hold at the moment. They're using their power play.
we're only one down, aren't we?
Hey, I'm still holding.
Yeah, one down's not too bad.
Oh, I like this shot. A wee edge. Push it right through and stay for the shot. Oh, hard luck.
Oh.
Gosh.
We're holding one.
Again, and it's a big bowl.
Yes.
You know,
This to level up.
it's worth two in a hand. Pretty good grass.
Yeah. What's a weight like?
Too short.
Oh, gosh. Oh, well short, Sharon. So it is a single there to Kiatoa. They played their power play. It gives them two. They still trail in this. That's four ends. Trial by 4-2.
Try to block you off that way then.
Power play coming,
Yeah, it doesn't
you'd
work
think.
if I
Oh, they've got to,
to,
don't they? Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Won't make any
It's
difference.
wasted, but it's a kind of a good waste.
Yeah.
if you can have a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to-
Kiatoa need a couple here. Cambridge just need to score.
Turn in. Yeah, good start. Good start.
Come on, Al. Yeah, it doesn't worry because we're the last end.
Oh, Alf.
Come on, Al. Come on, Al. Come on, Al.
Mate.
Come on, Al.
Yes,
Come on,
we've done it on the last end.
save the best till last.
Yeah, oh, well.
Shut.
Okay, you've got to go at that bowl.
I'd love to see his face
Oh,
right
right,
now. Let's
shot.
see it there. Oh, not giving much away, but a
You're an
slight
overdraw
smile.
to it. You're coming in here with an overdraw to that bowl. Here's your weight here. Looking for the bowl.
Attacking early.
Shot.
Not a bad call either.
Yes, Ian.
Oh, lovely
Good
shot.
shot.
A good running lead.
I mean, it was called for. He played it.
Shot.
Great shot. Possibly, I mean, I don't know whether you
Okay.
try and fatten it up early
I
in
like
the
to play
end,
that
but
hand, Al.
hey,
You got something to
when
rest
you're that
on.
good at playing that
Okay,
shot,
so
why
make
not?
sure you're there.
He's going to narrow it up and put a bit of weight on too, is he? He is too.
I think so.
Bad.
It's not bad.
Flick off that.
Stay on,
And he
he's
stays on.
okay.
Yeah, you're right. That's what you were talking
Okay,
about
Noel.
earlier.
Either
Yeah.
down here onto the 2 metre.
He's got a toucher down there behind his skip.
For a power play, it was absolutely hard.
What have you done here, Noel? Looks like it's all right.
Or another shot.
No, he was trying to get just past. Back to the tee, I think.
We've got to get second shot somehow. You can draw in there if you like. Or draw that. Yeah, they're just low. Only just, near enough.
Taking your time, backing off the mat.
Again, what Chipper would like for just a good second shot here. Make them have to play a shot to win it.
That's all right. We've got the 2 metre covered now. Just about there.
And unsaid, don't be narrow. He's coming in well from out there. He's
Way to do
taken
it,
that
boys.
wider
Thank
line
you.
quite
Great
well.
bowls.
Yeah, very
Good
good.
shot.
Look. Look.
Hasn't
Have a
fattened
two
it
now.
up.
Yeah. Gonna hit it. Jack here.
Some aggression here, do you think, Joe?
No, I think he just said you got to hit it. But the way she's lining up looks like
Oh, yeah.
oh,
Just put a bit of weight on it.
gets rid of that red one.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
That's good. Good result for them.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Still got the toe. We only
I've
need-
still got the
only
two.
need
There
the
we
two.
are. Heard it from Sharon Leonard, who's the skip of this Kiatoa Braves team.
We only need the 2. Yeah, good bowls, yeah.
It didn't make any difference because no, it doesn't because we got to beat them anyway to get it. If we get one, we beat them last end. So it didn't make a difference.
I think they're just talking about playing the power play. I don't think they did play it, but it didn't matter. I mean, that they're leading going into the last end, so they just got to win this end or drop a one. And
Yes,
it's
yeah.
off to the tie break. Deliberately trying to play a block, do you think?
Well, she would probably say yes if you asked her.
I think I have to.
Actually, a nice guide down there on the backhand if
draw.
if that's a shot he's playing.
Oh, put it in the ditch.
I think that's what he'd favour, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
particularly if you haven't drawn especially well today, you think, right, a run shot might be better. Let's see what he does.
Right here, right now, you've just got to play the shot that you're confident in
Yep.
getting.
Grab it, Sharon. Grab it.
He's going to take out the second shot, is he? Or he's going to get the
He's
jack and
close
tart
to
it back.
jack.
He's
What a
tarted
shot.
it. Yeah.
What a shot.
Yeah.
Wow. A
Go
great
down
shot
and have
under
a look,
pressure.
Sharon. That was a very good shot, wasn't it?
Yep.
What way can I make two?
Get rid of the bowl.
Yep.
I think they've got 2 seconds.
Have we got one? Eh?
We've got 2 seconds. One
Good
down.
call. I was going to want to ditch it. I want to get rid of one of them.
That bowl
Oh,
there.
that's all right. Give them one. So they've got to get 2.
Well, there's, I mean, so I've got to come down there with a bit of weight. In that way, or straight down at it?
I always move it too far, don't I?
Yeah, but I don't want to take the kitty in the ditch because that's.
Could have won the first one. We would have squared it.
What happened in this game? Roll on to
That's it. As we said earlier, you know, it's a shot you're confident to play, and
Yeah.
clearly Chipper was far more confident playing that sort of shot than drawing. You know, and that you could sense that when he was talking.
Yeah, I know.
So Sharon, as she said, I haven't been drawing it that well
That's all
in this
doable,
game.
right?
So maybe a weighted shot, as you said, get rid of that bowl.
Again, I think if she's playing a draw shot down the backhand, she's got to look for a bit of jack movement
Yeah.
to make the other one come into, or it's a forehand run shot, try and chip
Yeah.
it off for 2.
Yep.
I think I know what I'd be doing.
You'd be going forehand run shot.
go
Yeah,
that
look,
hole with
yeah.
a hard
Yeah.
drive.
Yeah.
She's going for the bowl, which I think is the right shot to play.
Oh, well.
Good effort. Good effort.
Yep. So we go to a
Don't play mine.
tie break.
No, I don't need to play mine.
That was all as Cambridge Central All-Stars skip Brian Chippy Allen said. Chipper Allen said, we don't need to play mine. So we go into a tie break.
No.
It's a good comeback from the Cambridge team.
Yep.
Kiatoa did win that first set. I know it only looks like a 7-6 win, but that was pretty comprehensive in that first set. So good to come back into that second set and win it and give himself a chance in the tie break.
They don't listen. Lisa. Yeah.
So who won the toss?
One each.
Okay, the tie break, we've seen the toss made. You would imagine that Kiatoa have won the toss and asked Cambridge to take the match so that Kiatoa get last bowl.
Yeah, it's generally what happens,
Yeah.
I think.
Yep. Lead in Holly just came in and confirmed it. He won the toss and they've given the mat away, which as would suspect it would be the case. What on earth has happened to Elf Cox?
Elvie's
Aye.
come to play the last couple of ends.
Yeah.
You guys don't go to Specsavers instead of using it. Oh, I see. Not to be trusted, you guys. Oh, hang on. Yep, time's the last time, Al. Time's last.
Not wanting to be short.
So tell me, John, Sharon's going to have last bowl.
Yeah.
Will she have to play it?
Yes.
She will?
She's hoping not, isn't she?
That's my block.
Nice
Right.
block.
We've made the game last. Anyway.
Oop.
Is he waiting to see if he's one up or one down?
Oh, I think Sharon's just gone down.
Yeah.
Just to take her place. So, yeah.
Here, stay there. No, stay there. Don't change your head. Don't change your head now. Stay. Sorry.
Don't change your hand the last bowl of the game.
No,
He's just beaten his last bowl. He wasn't too far away.
no. He's played this hand well.
Yep. Yeah, good grass. It's a bit quick.
Your choice.
I think Sharon might have been away for, as they say, a nervous one. Trying to get a microphone back on.
It's a trap for young players, I'll tell
Yes.
you. Just takes one bowl here.
Yeah.
It's time to shine. Someone?
Okay, Noel, that's the bowl to beat there. Beautiful draw.
And please do it, Noel, because I don't want
Yeah.
to. I don't want to have to play my last bowl. And Noel Williams now, the number 2. Good grass here too. If you can get underneath that
Come on,
or
under
round it.
Under it,
Will
under it.
No, neither.
Oh, Noel's so close.
Great weight.
Could be one down.
Yeah, he might still have got the shot. It just sat. Looked to be dead level with that blue ball, but there's another blue ball coming in now from Lisa Mundell. All the players wanting to be the one that gets that perfect shot in there to
Wait,
win this
Lisa.
game.
Come on. Come on.
And
come
for
on,
Cambridge,
get
it would
fast,
be just their second win. Oh. Well, that might be a little bit in Noel's
I think
eye,
it's gonna
but
force them into the playing that Dutch hand.
Still one down, Noel.
Oh no.
Oh, don't worry about that one. You're coming in there. Got to
Yeah,
in
good
over
call.
there. You're giving this a chance, mate. You got. Oh, you dropped the weight, I think.
Drop the weight.
he did too, didn't he? And he did. His line would have been all right with a bit more weight on it.
The line was perfect.
Yeah, we're definitely down to that
Score
one.
means nothing. Okay, so I could play you a ball on the hand, draw the shot. I'll try this hand, but then this hand's so bad. I've got your bowl to roll in there.
You've got their bowl to roll in too as well.
Yeah, but I'd be lucky to get round it this ball. Yeah. If I go this
Kiatoa
way,
have 3 wins from 5. Teams need 5 wins from
I could
8.
go that way.
So
Oh, well.
2 really important bowls coming up for the Kiatoa skip, Sharon Leonard.
Yeah, I'm just thinking she.
Draw the shot here, and you probably won't have to play your second.
Oh, I got up, look, you come up here.
You never
Isn't
know,
it
but
Chipper's
certainly
first
draw the
bowl?
shot. Yeah. Oh, it is their first bowl, isn't it?
Chipper's
Yeah.
first bowl, isn't it?
Yeah.
It mightn't work.
What you wouldn't do for a front
Just wasting
toucher right
time. I like
here.
being on TV.
You're okay, Chipper. We're liking what you're doing. I'm sure your partner, Jeanette, is watching this with a great deal of interest to see whether you can score a victory while people are watching you on TV. What's your weight like?
Oh, not even turning.
Yes, you
Here
are.
it comes.
Yes, you are. Well, that'll be 2 shots. Well, who knows?
Came pretty late there.
No, I like this hand better.
Fairly good grass out there, isn't it?
I reckon so.
She's throwing it.
Is it inside that? Is it? Oh, gosh. No. No. Oh, she's going to have to play her last bowl.
Unless something silly happens here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can't hear, can you?
One down.
Last bowl for Chipper Allen, Cambridge Central All-Stars. Looking to give his team their 2nd win. This is good grass, but what's the weight like? He's in the road though, isn't he? He's really in the road,
Not a
okay.
good, oh, not a good
What do they
place
think?
there.
We're one down.
She might have to change her hand and push that purple up, do you think?
Yeah. Again, it's any touch on it,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
Just line it down. Look, if you get on the back of the other one, give it away, your game down anyway.
Yeah.
Thought I had it.
You just got to pick the shot that you've got the best chance of drawing a shot.
Oh, but you could rough push him in. You just had a real hand on it.
So that hand, that forehand, you know, playing onto her purple, even if she, you know, gets a
I'd
wick
still
off that
favour that.
bowl to the right.
Yeah.
There's options there, aren't there?
Yeah.
The other hand, that's all against her.
Definitely, that's not on it.
You just played a real gorgeous bowl down there.
Yeah, but there's another bowl gone in the block.
Give it, I've got to take it through to there. So just need a fraction more weight.
Here we go.
And she is right. You know, you
Yeah.
just beat your last bowl on that hand. She just got to navigate herself inside or outside that the last bowl that came up with good weight, and she'll have it.
Ooh, don't put down on
Oh, don't change it now.
No, no.
Oh, too wide.
And she put some weight on it too, I think.
Just call an umpire. Call an umpire. Call an umpire. Give him something to do.
Oh, umpire.
Umpire, please. We don't want to make you redundant all day. Thanks anyway, guys. Thank you very much. Very good game. Excellent game. Thank you.
I think they all believe that the blue bowl to the right is the shot.
Yeah, Jack level bowl seems to be a little bit closer as well,
Yep, yep.
generally in a measure.
Definitely miles. Thanks, mate. Oh, didn't know I could shake it. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Very good game. Good.
Well done.
Good game, guys. Good game. Excellent game. I don't think that one's miles out.
Oh, just watch as Michael Johnson puts chocks under the 2 bowls there that are going to be measured. First of all, he's going to measure the
I couldn't hear it.
blue one to our left.
You really need a little microphone coming through. Are we?
Then making sure he doesn't kick them with his feet when he turns around. Oh, must be close. He's going back again.
I think it's just going.
Yeah, what they do,
The
they
other one
always
of Sharon's.
measure twice. Yeah.
You can see it's in there, can't you?
Blue one.
Oh, it doesn't worry. Those are the same ones, isn't they? Same team. Black one's different.
Ooh.
it's the blue one, I
Yeah,
think.
it is the blue one. Yep.
Yep.
Yep, blue it is. So a victory to Cambridge. Cambridge Blue, Cambridge Central All-Stars have won this in a tiebreaker. That's Chipper Allen, Alf Cox's lead, and Lisa Mundell his number 2. So for Cambridge, it's their second win from 6 matches, and they really have made it difficult now for Kiatoa, who need to win their remaining 2 matches to get through and qualify. A very interesting second match today. We've got another game coming up for you soon. That's Takapuna Blue Wave against the Omarunui Aces. We'll have some highlights of this match for you, and then we'll see you back a little bit later on for Game 3.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
So we're back at the Naenae indoor bowling concept here at Naenae in the Hutt Valley, and we're having a third live game of this fabulous national Bowls3Five Interclub, sponsored by Summerset. I'm John Macbeth, and with me again is Joe Edwards as we look at the two teams who will compete here. Takapuna Blue Wave representing North Harbour. Some pretty impressive names there, particularly Wendy Jensen with Derek Bryan and N Hardy. And they'll be up against the Omarunui Aces. That's from Hawke's Bay with Grant and Jenny Sargison and Trevor Murtha. So Joe, just a quick break between games and an opportunity now to see some new faces, although Wendy Jensen won't be a new face to our bowling fraternity, and particularly you would have seen her in action plenty of times.
Yes, indeed, John. Yeah, no, good to be back, and looking forward to this one. Yeah, Wendy and I pretty much started our international career together. And it's cap number 36 she is, right way back in the 2002 Commonwealth Games in Manchester.
Gee, yeah, that's right. Only 21 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we were very young at the time. We were only probably 20 ourselves. Joke.
No, well, it wouldn't be much older than 20. So here we see, so some outstanding performer, Wendy Jensen. We saw her down here not only a couple of weeks ago at the Inter-Centre Championships, or Inter-Club, or whatever it was at the time, Sevens, wasn't it? So she played there. Takapuna have not had a very successful weekend so far. I think they couldn't tell me. They thought it was just one game they'd won, and then that was confirmed by their manager, who said, yes, we had one win, but very, very close in the others. so they're sitting out of the competition now. But for Omarunui, they've got four out of 6, and they, of course, if they were to win this, that would mean they have qualified, because 5 wins from 8 games will qualify the teams. Here we see this blue bowl coming in, or green. I think I wrote down green, so we'll say it's green, from Jenny Sargison. So the Jenny and Grant are a couple. They live in the Napier area. And I said, have you got children watching? Oh, no, they've well flown the coop, they said. So, free to do what they like. Not a bad bowl here. It's going to take the shot out.
Good shot.
Yeah, you're just a bowl or two low, so you just come inside yours.
Jenny with her second. That's quite good. She's just tightened the line slightly, hasn't she, Joe? Has she got the weight to carry it out, though?
She's made the correction on the line.
Yeah.
It's just hard to marry the two up, isn't it? The right line, right weight.
Well, for some, it is.
Got that covered, yeah, one down.
I often talk about me playing the Nationals and fronting up against Shannon McElroy on the singles, He was only the world champion at the time. And I'd occasionally get one close, and he would almost nominate shots, like I can see half the Jack John, I'm going to go for that, and he'd hit it, and I'd say, for goodness sake. And he'd say, but look, I bowl hundreds of bowls a day. How many do you bowl? And it sort of brings it home, doesn't it? Practice.
Oh, dead right.
The more you practice, the luckier you get, they say. But
Yep, dead right again. You put your bowls in the right areas, and the more you practice, the more times you're going to do that.
So Takapuna holding a couple here. This is Grant Sargison, who's the skip for the Hawke's Bay representatives. Hard to tell always with those multicoloured things. what the weight's doing.
Yeah, I'm just
I
coming
always
between
find
yours,
it really difficult to gauge whether it's going to be heavy or they tend to always look as though they're going to be short.
Yeah, Val, my mate, plays with the exact
Oh,
same
no.
black and white speckles, so I've become got to know them a little bit better. But yeah, the flick just slows down, I think, as the weight comes off it.
So that's a couple there, I think. Not going to measure. 2.
It's 2, yeah.
2 it is. 2 to Takapuna. So a good start to that combination as the teams settle into this TV rink. Putting the mat down as Ian Hardy. Jack, yeah.
Here we go.
There you go, even internationals don't remember. So Ian had 5 years at the famous Carlton Bowling Club up north, and has been about 5 years at Takapuna. Those bowls
Some
of his
names
actually.
come out of that
Yes,
Carlton
haven't they?
club.
Wow. For a long time it was probably the most, sort of the dominant club in the country, wasn't it?
Yeah, for
It
sure.
really was. This is Trevor Murtha. Again, for fans of other sports, Rion Murtha was a well-known horse racing commentator for many years out of Canterbury on the west coast, or came from the west coast, I recall. Rion, I worked with him a lot. And Trevor said, yep, uncle. Here comes Hardy with a second bowl. I was just going to talk about these bowls. They're yellow,
Oh, no, yeah.
which, as you can see, but what you can't see is there's a kangaroo on as their logo. And I said, so you're an Australian? He said, no, I'm not. Okay. He probably just got what was available.
Yeah, I know that one Caitlin Inch, one of our blackjack superstars, has an unusual emblem on her blue bowls as well, which she gets a little bit of grief about.
Oh, what's that?
It's very similar to the one that's on this yellow one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ian,
We,
that's it.
not a cuddly koala, is it?
No, very similar. It's a kangaroo, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Now this
Tried
gentleman
to
on the
put
mat-
in
Oh, carry on.
$20 each to buy a new set.
I think the way she's been playing, she won't want to change bowls for a while. Eh?
Dead right. She's going well.
Yeah.
Currently in Warilla, waiting to start to play the World Cup indoor singles at Warilla with Andrew Kelly.
That's a good couple of players, aren't they? Gosh, you know, you sort of think, when I think of Kelly, who, you know, won a national title a few years ago as a youngster, and you think, is that as good as he'll get? And then there was the pressure, of course, from having won one and getting sort of in and out of a New Zealand team, but just hard work and, you know, constant practice and belief in yourself. And he's, you know, just soared back as a, you know, probably one of our most outstanding bowlers of the moment.
Yeah, for sure. He deserves the single spot. After the multi-nations on the Gold Coast, a month or so ago, he did very, very well there in the singles and pairs.
Yep. So there's the second bowl from Derek Bryan, the number 2 for Takapuna. So both Jenny and her husband started at Bluff Hill up on Napier Hill. They were there for a few years, but came over to Omarunui on the flat. So, who's got the shot, do we think?
I think the greeny, bluey one.
Yeah, that
2
thing.
o'clock kind of thing.
Yeah.
Looks like they may have 2.
Well, they've got the black stickers on. That's the
Yeah.
Omarunui one. So here comes Jensen then. This is the second end. Takapuna picked up a 2 on the first.
No, I don't think her delivery has changed in 20 years.
Oh, it's not quite what she wanted there.
Yeah, I
knocking
think
up
it was
the
shot
opposition.
anyway.
Yep.
She was right on target.
So Trevor Merthyr just struggled with his weight on the first end, just being heavy.
And again, I mean, he may have come off a rink down the other end of the stadium, and even that can affect the speeds of a green, which end you play it. Some of them closer to the windows, maybe a bit quicker. It's all again about being aware of your surroundings and just being aware of how hard you're actually bowling the bowl. It's it's easy to get complacent that you think it's always going to be the same weight because you're
Yep.
on the same surface, but
Look at
this is a
Hey,
pretty
look at
good,
this.
two
Oh.
pretty good bowls here.
Oh, yeah. Just played the same bowl, didn't she?
Exactly the same bowl.
Come inside, Travis.
It's close.
Just needed to.
good
Oh,
shot
yeah,
here.
yeah. Oh, perfect. I'll get a couple out of that possibly.
A few more of it.
Oh, no. 1, 2, 3,
Four.
4. Gee, wow,
Wow.
That's a big turnaround from 1 down to playing the perfect shot. Perfect weight was required too, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, it was a perfect shot with a perfect result, really. To absolutely guts the jack. He would have even if he got one edge or the other, he's going to cut it down or perhaps get the shot. But absolute perfect result there.
So moving into end number 3. This is our third match of the day, third round. The final round will follow, of course, 4th round, and then tomorrow all those teams which have qualified for post-section will be lining up. We don't know how many and won't know until right at the end of play, but all those who've won 5 games out of the 8 will qualify. So Trevor Merthyr with his first bowl. That's good line for him.
I do like the format, 5 out of 8.
Yeah.
There's no arguments, no discussions. You know exactly what you need to do.
See the activity out to the right, just in the background there. You see the other matches in action.
Around. Yeah, Ian.
Yeah,
Good
nice
shot
correction,
here.
eh?
Good
Yeah.
bowl.
Yeah. He's got that line really good down here. Centre line domination, it's a big part of this game. It makes it so much harder for your opposition if you can't see the jack.
Jenny Sargison, her skip, just putting his foot out to give her an indication, because where she is, a bit hard to see the jack even, to get an idea of how far past the yellow bowl it is. Just putting a foot out there as an indicator. This is Derek Bryan using his size 4 heavy red Aero Optimas. It's only a 50-year bowler.
That's all. You're still one down, Jen. Just a touch of green. Your weight's pretty good.
Very good directions from the skip there. It is important to know your own players and how they receive information. I know I've been with players that need a painted picture of the head, others that just need to draw the shot, whack that, best back. But it's really important to know your players to get the best out of them.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a good point. Not everyone's the same. Some just seem to be able to judge it. Ideally, they know exactly what's required, but others, as you see, sometimes skips pulling their cloth through to give a direction or a line, don't you? And that's what some players quite enjoy, yeah. A visual, yeah.
Yeah, but doing it for people that don't require that can be just as hurtful as, the other way. I mean, if you tell me that this is 14 inches and that's 12 centimetres and all that, it does my head in. Where, say, draw a shot, okay, yeah. I'm a kind of a simple chick, but, goes good with simple directions.
Yeah.
But I know playing with Sharon Sims, way back in the Manchester games and World Bowls, she's a real analytical kind of a player, and she needed a picture painted. And when we got that all sorted and worked out what each other needs from each other, we certainly went a lot better.
It's quite good to look back on some of the Bowls videos that Bowls New Zealand have on their website and Facebook page. And to take a note of those sorts of things that you've just mentioned is very interesting. And
Okay.
there was a pairs match. I don't know what event it was, but Val and Sharon were playing together, and it was exactly that. You could see the difference in what each other wanted. It just reminded me of it because I took note of that. And Sharon, you're right, is very analytical and would quite often take a long time in deciding, but that was the way she played it.
That's Sharon,
Yeah.
And it's right for Sharon.
Yeah.
You can't disagree that she's been an absolutely wonderful player for New Zealand over the years, and but she worked out what works for her and communicated that well to her teammates.
And she's a really good supportive coach too, I must say. We've had a wee bit to do with her, and very, very keen to get newer players through and give them the right advice early on.
Yeah,
but only if
coaching.
asked. She doesn't force it upon anyone. She's in there and available if required.
Yeah, exactly. And she's got a wealth of knowledge and experience to back that coaching up.
So I think that was a single to
Takapuna.
Takapuna, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep. Nicely concentrating, head down, watching it all the way.
Yeah, good stuff.
Oh, yeah, very good, eh?
Very good lead.
Deserves
balls.
the applause.
Beauty.
Hasn't fattened it up. What a
Yeah,
shot.
throw it
That's a
close, Trev.
perfect shot. Fine line between a perfect shot like that and a good bad bowl that One that just goes under the line and flops out and just opens it up. Target goes from a one bowl target to about a 3 or a 4 bowl target. Makes it so much easier for the opposition.
Yeah, anything over's good.
Yeah, good call. Sooner or later they're going to be attacking this.
Yes.
Come on, a bit more.
You're okay rolling in here. Resting on the front. Anything in there is good.
She saw her lead, Trevor Merthyr, get a pretty good line out of this, and this isn't too bad either.
You're close here, Jim.
This is pretty close, this.
Good ball.
That's
Yeah,
a great
really
shot.
good. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a
in
great
here.
home, but it's a really good third shot too.
Come on.
He's played this pretty well, hasn't he? He's into the target area. Oh, that's fatter though, but that's very
One
good
of those
holding.
good
3.
bad ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, if it's fallen in, it hasn't fattened the target. It's an absolute.
Yeah.
Falls out,
Here we
just gives
go.
you a
Backhand, I hope. Yep.
little
Oh, look at this.
Well done.
edge shot. Again,
down to one
sometimes
now.
a good one's better than a bad 3. You know, they held 2 perfect shots there. I'd have been there and kind of clear away from it. You don't want to, can't kind of make it any better.
Come on, guys.
The only thing you can do is fat to encourage them to weight.
Yeah, but well, there were 2 excellent lead bowls from Ian Hardy. The yellow was sitting there. And 2 excellent follow-ups from the opposition too. Sargison and Merthyr weren't far away. Sargison's first bowl was really good, and the second one, of course, split the 3 bowls that had appeared there after Derek Bryans had just sat and slightly fattened the target. Now you see it is still Takapuna Blue wave with the shot.
Again, pretty good shot by Wendy there. It was looking a little bit vulnerable there, the one and only bowl they've got there, but good third shot.
Oh, clean jack.
What a
and
shot.
who's
And has the tee.
he might have 3.
What's not out?
Oh, is it not? Oh,
Jack's not out.
so putting the yellow block there to indicate where the jack is. Out into that sort of unused area, so you're never too sure whether it's going to come in from there.
That's classy. That's a great shot. I think Coach Graham Doreen at the back acknowledged
How many are
that
on
too.
Yep.
What if I get rid of it?
It's worth 4. It's all that Wendy could do was make him have to play a great shot. But it's worth going for.
Yeah. It's got 4 seconds.
Whistle by, but it is a shot there after a very good, well, a series of very good shots in this particular end. The 4th end, it's Takapuna gain a single. They move to 4 all.
It was a very good end of lawn bowls that. You know, all players in all positions played well. Played some telling shots.
Yes, I know what you mean about that. You can see from here where Wendy Jensen would have to play way out wide, wasn't it? To the ditch side she was playing.
Yep.
And so it's an area that she would not have ventured into before. The green that she required was probably only about, I don't know, a couple of feet inside the ditch, the way she was looking at it. So you don't know what's going to happen out there sometimes.
But it's having that confidence, and it's, you know, things you can do in practice. So, you know, practice to off centre jacks, jack in the ditch, so that when you get to have to play a game, it in a game, it's like you've practiced this. I know where to go. I know, you know, how much grass you need, a bit of extra weight because it hasn't been played on, but it's that fear of going into the ditch, and that's where your line taking is so huge. Just to be confident that you are hitting what you're aiming at. Absolutely perfect.
She was.
Huh?
This might just beat the shot of Trevor Merthyr to fall in for shot.
I haven't done this. That's all.
Thank you, Peter. Very observant.
Merthyr again, he's like many bowlers, he's played lots of sport. He played cricket and golf, and he said, you name it.
You're good again, Trev.
He's played it, and now he's just thriving in the bowl scene. Oh, we nick here and back to yourself.
Yeah. Shot. Great shot.
Have a go here, Derek.
Wife Michelle watching and encouraging. Interestingly, that last game we did, that was Cambridge against Kiatoa. The Cambridge skip, Chipper, you know, they won that game on the extra end, on the tiebreaker, Joe, and I just saw him out there and said, wow, what a cliffhanger that was. He said, I think all of Cambridge was watching. Because he's had all these messages from his bowling club members and people that he knew in Cambridge, so that's good.
And isn't that cool?
Yeah.
That's so cool to hear. That's what this tournament's all about. It's just bringing the little clubs that you probably don't hear too much about, and, you know, put them on the big screen and let them play the game that they love.
Now, I often refer to my youth in Timaru. This man here, Derek Bryan, and I, and our respective wives were really close mates back in the day. We got married at about the same time, and
Nice.
and then Derek moved over to Australia a few years ago. Spent about 15 years over there, and I really lost touch with him. And then this chap came up to me yesterday
Great
and
shot.
said, "It is, isn't it? Perfect."
Great shot.
So talking
Sorry,
about
John.
your Derek and your player Perla, he came up to me and started chatting to me, and I thought, I don't know who you are, and I was sort of busy. Then afterwards I thought, that guy, who was he? So I checked through the lists, the team lists, and I saw Derek Bryan, and I thought, that can't be him because he's in Australia. So I sought him out this morning, and he said, oh no, he said, I was in Australia. I came back about 5 years ago, moved to Milford, and he said, I've just taken up bowls. I used to play golf. And I said, wow, good on you. So we had a good chat about, you know, it would be probably 45 years since we'd seen each other. And it was
Wow.
good. Yeah, so he went to Timaru Boys, and, you know, so we knew each other really well down there. And here he is. So I'm talking about him playing good shots.
Yeah, cool stories though, isn't it? You know,
Yep.
I think that's what sport does. It just brings so many people together, and you may lose touch over the years, but I think when you reconnect, reunite, it's so easy to slip back into the old times and the stories that you tell.
Yeah. And neither of us has changed a bit.
I bet.
Here's Wendy looking to get a slide off that. Didn't quite have the weight to get up there. They're holding
Going to draw around there, eh?
the shot at the
Think it's
moment.
Roll on to Trev. I think it's better to roll on to Trevor. Okay.
That's good. His wife's told you what to do. Get in there and do it, Grant. Interesting grip there, Joe. Little finger sort
Yeah.
of cocked up over the top of the bowl.
It is. It comes out pretty smooth though.
Does, yeah.
Comes out sweet.
think he'll get it next time. That wasn't a bad line for him. Oh. But I just wonder whether the bowl he's talking about, Trevor's blue one, is at the right place to work off. But we'll see. Oh yeah, it's just slightly jack high, isn't it? By the looks of things. Oh, she's going to play the shot he was looking at playing. Yep, that's hard luck. So that's what he's looking to do. Let's play exactly that bowl, but with a better result.
Yeah, just flop off the blue.
At 4-all, and we're playing the 5th end. Whoever wins
Big
this
shot.
end, yep. So we can't see what's north. I see, yeah. So the other hand, when that close up, the other hand looked quite good to play, but this hand's got to get round that green one.
Yeah, he
Still
would,
there, though.
but he has been playing this hand.
Yep.
He's had one go down here, just to make the correction.
See the grip with his little finger cocked up over the top of the
Thumb,
yeah. Oh, he likes this. I think he likes this. Is it
it's
going
a
to
bit quick.
Yeah. So 1-2 Takapuna, and they therefore take the first set at 5-4, looking for their second win of the event. So now for the Omarunui Aces to progress to the finals, they'll need to force this into a tiebreaker. First bowl comes down, the yellow bowl of Ian Hardy. Coming this way last time, he had 2 sitting right on the jack, so not
He's
quite as
nailed that
effective.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's found the line. He's gone out in sympathy.
They're finishing well on that hand, aren't they? Really nice.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
You just got to believe your eyes, eh? Sometimes you think, no, I don't have to go out there. And I'll give you the tip. They're all going to be narrow if you think
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Just your eyes don't lie. They tell you to go there.
Ooh. So Trevor Murtha just falling a bit short again.
Nailed the line.
Just draw one. Up to here.
I think that's, sometimes you see skips saying that about either hand you call it and say, no, you need to be decisive. But I think sometimes by saying that, you let your teammates take responsibility for the shot that
Yes.
they're going to play,
Yeah.
take responsibility for the hand that they want to play,
Yeah.
so that you buy into it 100%. Especially like this, it doesn't really matter which hand you play it on.
And I think what Derek there was thinking, well, I've played this hand really well, and he elected to play that hand, and that's fine, because he had stuff to sit on, didn't he? Could have drawn the shot.
Yep. And look, you're going to play rough bowls. It's just, that's the nature of the game, but it's how you make the correction. And
Your weight was pretty good.
So he's opted to change his hand. going off
change
the
his
forehand.
hand.
Yeah. And he gets a little bit of applause there from his skip. It's always important to be encouraging. There are some skips that, you know, sadly turn their back and walk up onto the bank. And
Get the double teapot on.
yeah, yeah.
It is hard chopping and changing your hand, especially when it's 2 bowls, because it's what the game's all about. It's just making the correction on the last bowl that you've delivered, and if you're changing hands, you know, it could be a different weight out there as well, and you get made to look a bit of an idiot if you chop and change and, you know, you're not getting one thing right. You know, if you just plug down one hand, and if you're not getting that hand, sure change, but try and do it with two bowls. So you can make a correction from the first.
And of course, with this particular format, you haven't got much time, have you? Or you've got no time to settle. So, yeah, here we go. This is Jensen coming in with a pretty good-looking bowl here. Just draw the shot.
Yeah, good shot, Wendy.
Sargent looking to better it.
Yeah. It's close. It's very close.
Ah, that's
Great shot.
Couldn't be much closer.
No.
Play the red or the jack.
Just nice confident draw down the forehand, touch the bowl, movement of the jacks, you know, 2 foot down the line is pretty good. Not bad.
Pretty good. Jack, maybe. Jack to
Good
herself.
shot here.
Oh, yeah.
What a shot.
Yeah. Shot for 3. Yep.
Great shot, Wendy.
Much to the delight of her teammates Ian Hardy and Derek Bryan. They enjoyed that one.
Why wouldn't you? 1 down to 3 up.
Yeah.
Perfect shot.
Well, let's see what Grant Sargent can do. Good line. Very good line. Get round that. Oh, just a shade of weight required. However, that's one.
Cut one out.
She's going to measure for 2, is it? 2. She's got 2 fingers down. 2. And then walks in with the measure. He'll need a hand here. So that was a measure for 3, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're taking 2 out.
Yep.
He just rolled that, the last bowl that came up, rolled the blue one over, which obviously is in the measure for the 3rd shot now.
Steve Sargent will use his long arms.
These umpires do a great job, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Encouraged to see a few turning up at some umpire recruitment events in our region. So, I mean, it's a thankless task, but...
It is, but you need them.
Oh. Saw a measure here, at an event just last week where the umpire measured and then just took the jack away. Couldn't split them.
Yeah, look, I don't mind that.
No.
You know, I think sometimes they think that they've got to make a decision, they've got to roll a bowl out. But if they're both the same distance away,
3
shots to Takapuna.
Yes.
I think internationally there was a rule where the umpires weren't allowed to sit down, and you just saw them hovering around all the time, and it was really good. The ones that are on top of the game, you know, they saw people measuring and they'd make their way down to be behind the rink just in case, and they had all their gear with them, and you know, it just makes the game tick along a lot better when you're not waiting, you know, if an umpire's up one end and all their gear's down the other end. And but yeah, it's a thankless job.
Gosh, I was watching, it sounds like I've got nothing better to do than look at bowls and talk about it, but on the Bowls New Zealand website I was talking about those old games that they see, and there was one from 1984. It was Robbie Perella playing Ian Dickerson in a singles match at Kapiti Bowling Club, which is now the Raumati Bowling Club. I didn't know that they'd had a big international event there. It was all on live greens rather than what we've got now, the same as this here, Tiger Turf. And yeah, it's a huge crowd all around the seating and hanging over the fence and everything. It was great. But the at one stage, the umpire was called in to measure. It was really to determine whether the jack, which was in the ditch, wasn't still, in fact, still live, because it was right on the rink marker. You know. So, and much to the amusement, it was quite a hilarious little sequence of events, because the umpire, dressed in jacket, top hat, well, not top hat, but you know, hat and white trousers, and that ran out with
tie.
Yep, tie and everything. So he had to take out the mirror, because that was the way they were, and possibly they still do that, I don't know. But so he took the mirror out, and he took a stake of some sort, you know, a stick, so that they could line things up. So he got out there and set up everything, and then he went to pick up the mirror, but found that he'd actually bought the tray of that the mirror had been resting in. So he was at the wrong end of the rink, so he had to go all the way back down the rink again, and the crowd just loved it. And he played up nicely, you know. He came back with a mirror, and then eventually it was good. It was old Ian Birch, the late Ian Birch, was doing the commentary, and he and I think Kerry Clark was comments at the time, explaining exactly what was happening, you know, the procedure and how they were doing it and everything. But it would have taken 8 minutes probably.
Jeez, I'm sure Robbie Perella was impressed.
Yeah, well, particularly when it looked like he was holding shot, but the umpire determined that the jack was in fact out. So, yeah.
Double whammy.
But what a great game, and playing with the older sort of bowls, Joe, you know, ones that drew quite a bit, and both Dickerson and Perella had a green shirt on, but otherwise they were wearing whites and brown shoes.
yeah,
Gee,
back in the day.
Gosh,
Gotta love
Perella
it.
could drive. Well,
yeah, he certainly was a showman.
Yeah,
and he could be a showman, because he could back it up with his ability. He
Yes.
was a very, very good player.
yeah. So here we've got Omarunui holding 2 shots, having dropped a 3 on the first. It's cutting the centre line very early, but at least it's not a nuisance, I suppose. Wendy will have that in her brain, saying, right, I can avoid that at any cost. I think she'll be playing with weight when she steps up there somehow.
Yeah, she hasn't got a lot to play to at the moment.
Oh, this is on a narrow line too from Jenny Sargison. So it does appear as though that red bowl at the back, the Hero branded bowl, you can see has the 2 metre covered.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she doesn't have to drive this, does she? Or run it. I mean, she could just draw onto the shot, because she did so well last end.
Yeah, again, if she runs it and misses, she gives the opposition a hell of a lot of room to draw another one.
Yeah.
So it's a confident draw, I think, with this bowl. Try and get a real good third, and then maybe go looking with their next one.
Yeah. A real good third, or sit on the shot bowl. Oops, she's indicating she needed to be wider. Now, Grant Sargison will be well aware that it's unlikely that Wendy Jensen will be that far astray with her next one.
I wouldn't think she'd miss twice.
No. It'll come in well from here.
He's added another one. Has he just fattened it up, or? Oh, yeah. It's a nice little shoulder shelf, whatever you like
Yes.
to call it down there now. Just that confident draw. She needs to give it a chance, but yeah, not going silly with that weight. She's pinched it again.
She certainly didn't go silly with the weight.
No, no. She'll be disappointed with that.
Yes. It
Really
would look a big target down there for her, even just to sit on the middle
Yeah.
bowl and get second shot, or sit on the shot itself. So now
A lot of
Sargison.
options. A lot of options down there on that forehand, as long as you give it a chance.
Yep.
And now Sargison's got, you know, 1.5 meters to draw another.
Oh, wow, he'll be annoyed because I don't think he has. Oh, I don't know how far short that yellow one is, though. 1, 2, 3. Well, they're measuring hell.
Probably be measuring a front yellow.
Maybe we only score 4. Maybe we only score 4. I want a few more then. 3.
3 it was, yeah. Right, so 3 all after 2.
Could have got my last one, but I didn't.
I can imagine a lot of the bowling clubs up north, Northland, Auckland, Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, I would have suffered quite a bit. I recall, Taradale area being really flooded during those horrendous rains. So Omarunui is not far from there, and I think from my memory is on the flat. So you just sort of wonder how much damage was done. And I know you've had a lot of rain in Nelson, haven't you? Or you did have, Joe, I think. So
Yeah.
did the bowling clubs all survive that okay?
Yeah, luckily. We've had a lot of rain over the last 24, 48 hours as well. And it's, over in Rawalka area, on the way to Machuaka, it's few evacuations been happening, but the river and town's burst its banks again, I think, and so we might have another stray waif visit for a night's accommodation tonight. Val Smith got evacuated in the last floods that we had, only about 6 months ago, and had a very forlorn phone call, can I come and stay? So we've been copping it a bit.
Most unusual, isn't it?
Well, look, it just seems to be getting more and more common now, I think.
Yeah.
So those 1 in 100-year things are happening.
Every 6 months.
Yeah.
Good leads from Trevor Murphy.
Faster.
Just going to undercut, is he?
One down.
Really good start by Trevor there.
Yeah.
You can go that way, Jen.
Ooh. You put her on that hand so she wouldn't do that to the yellow ball.
Okay, you do it here.
So a bit of sucking of breath there, I would imagine.
Yes,
Not
it's
to-
always frustrating when you change your hands so you don't knock a bowl up and you end
Yeah.
up being narrow and knocking it up anyway.
Wendy looks interested in this.
Yeah.
Grass.
Bowl here,
Good.
Derek.
Good shot.
That's good.
We've got 1. I think coming that way, if you can rest inside that. We've got 1. That one. Just outside yours.
Might be a bowl that comes into play.
Over here, Derek. Yep.
We're just not quite the 2 metre bowl. So Omarunui have got the shot and they've got a bowl closest to the 2 metre spot.
We're in trouble, so I think I'm just going to see if I
Oh,
can
yeah,
roll
that's
yours
what
over
I
one.
was thinking. Yeah. Right? No, just one down.
So what does he play here? Forehand? Oh no, he's a left-hander, so backhand.
Yeah, backhand.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to beat the wide green one, I think it is.
Yeah. He might
Turn it
like
in a
this.
couple of rolls. Yeah, that's a very good shot.
Oh, perfect.
Very
Yeah.
good shot. Wendy's coming down that forehand. She can afford to be there.
Yep.
Turn the yellow 2 or 3 times. She's not too far away.
Oh, she's going to go through that little gap that's there, is she? Oh,
Oh,
unlucky. Gosh.
What a good attempt.
What's the danger? Any danger or not? Any danger? Is that last bowl, is that high?
It's the same bowl here. I think if nothing changes, Wendy can afford to go a little quicker.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
And that's why that bowl of Jenny's down here, the closest bowl to us, might be important. Oh, no, this is... that's all right too. That's a nice little block bowl there, but hittable.
Yeah, but I don't want to get on to that and then, you know.
Often the case, isn't it?
I'll just
There's
play.
the old risk reward, but
Ian,
I,
Ian, I'll play that.
yeah, she's going to play with weight to get under the last bowl. Hopefully get onto the yellow. Try and minimise, cut some out.
You know, you can see the yellow hitting the dark blue, and you can see the yellow just going, pushing on and hitting the light blue, and all sorts of things if she gets in
Yeah.
that zone. Looks to be hanging a bit, does it?
Yeah.
Oh no, she's going to
There it
smack
comes
onto
now.
that red one. Here we go.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh, might come up for
Gee.
another, maybe.
Well, look at that for a head.
Pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, 8 bowls in the circle pretty much. But a 3 it is to Omarunui, or 2, what did they say?
3, I think.
3, it is 3. I can just see the lollipops going up the side.
Power play, Takapuna.
Takapuna won the first 5-4. It's a Takapuna blue wave against the Omarunui aces. Now Takapuna down by 6-3. Playing the power play, using their power play. And Trevor Murtha, who's been relatively consistent really with his bowls here as the lead. Puts one short. But so too is Ian Hardy. He's bowled some very good bowls during these 2 sets so far. Is he up or
Yes,
not?
he's generally got his line very, very good. Again, it's not too far out. He's missed that.
What do you want to do? But you might have a crack there. You're a couple of metres light.
How did you feel in playing in the Aussie League over there, Joe, about the speed with which the Aussie men in particular play the game?
You hit that one instead.
Just extraordinarily quick, aren't they?
Oh, look, it is. It's just so interesting to watch. Obviously, you know, I take a little bit of time, and I think, you know, when you've got the 30 seconds to deliver your bowl, you always think that you're never going to do it in time. But so right back at the start, I remember Stu Butter, the New Zealand coach, he timed us all, and it was like, so, you know, you've got plenty of time. You're going to have oodles of time, but these guys are getting there on the mat and letting it go in 6-7 seconds. And, you know, you think, here you are trying to line up, there's my line, how hard do I have to roll this critter? And they've chucked it up. It's quite remarkable, but, Jesus, it works for them. You know, I mean, Aaron Sheriffs, Aaron Wilsons, just remarkable instinctive players that, you know, if you told them to be on the mat for 15 seconds, it would really stuff them up, I think.
It'd ruin them.
Yeah, but, by geez, it's impressive but scary to watch, I think.
Oh, complete faith in their judgment, isn't there? I recall we were doing some commentary on with Aaron Wilson. It must have been World Championships in Christchurch or something, and it took the director 3 or 4 ends to work out that you didn't have time to settle on the jack and what had happened with the previous bowl because the other Wilson's bowl would be halfway down. Yeah. So it was very much a change in, you know, direction for a TV producer to direct it, rather than showing the public, you know, watching it like this now, and you see the bowl come to rest, and you go in sort of a nice tight angle, and everyone says, oh, wasn't that a good shot? And you wait and watch it for a while. By the time you do all that, Wilson's bowl was it was halfway down.
And half the time they're on the mat before the opposition bowls stopped as well, which, you know, quickens everything up. But they're so instinctive, and they go on just natural ability, and they're both amazing players to watch. Not so good to play against, but good fun.
Yeah, they enjoy themselves, don't they?
For sure.
Well, what have we got here? Maybe a couple and possibly a measure for 3 for the team with the yellow bowls. That's Takapuna.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell. We're not in the ideal position.
No. I think it's probably definitely one with the front yellow.
Yeah.
But signal of 2, I think.
So Takapuna have the power play on this end. Oh, I don't think he'll be wanting this one back.
Oh, great shot.
Beautiful.
That's a great shot. I mean, the last end there was 6 or 7 bowls within the circle. It's a silly game sometimes. Now, you know, we've got one in this next end.
All these bowlers have delivered at various stages of this game. Takapuna blue wave, their leaders Ian Hardy, those yellow bowls of his, Derek Bryan, the red, and now Wendy Jensen, the black and white. Very experienced, former international. As Joe mentioned, Commonwealth Games in Manchester in 2002. Oh, look at that lovely line. Everything going for it, apart from it didn't quite get there. And this team of Omarunui with Trevor Murtha leading, and Jenny and Grant Sargison at the back. This is Grant, the skip. Just bowled a perfect draw bowl.
He's got the good track again.
Gee.
Oh, wow.
It's gone over,
Great
so that's
shot.
we've gone past the jack, or just a little bit jack high.
He's got to be looking for some kind of movement from
Yeah.
that front bowl at least.
Here it goes, last bowl. Takapuna using the power play. Oh, I don't think she's up.
There's no weight.
Gosh. No, not at all. And so the Takapuna Blue Wave use their power play and drop a 2.
You should to be given that bowl a chance, at least to cut it down. It's always going to be hard to get a 4 on the last end, but yeah, needed to give it a chance, I think.
Murtha just wants to put something within that circle and put the heat right on the opposition. Pretty good. Good starter.
The tight side. It's going to be hard to get 5 inside that blue one, I think.
Stay there.
Yeah, and this is when you think, oh, well, it's only a bowl. Bowl is only so wide, you know. I could probably miss that. Even if I hit it, it won't do any damage. And then you find that you do hit it and you push it in for shot, and suddenly that... Oh, shut up, John. oh, well, there we go. Just avoided the damage.
With it being on its flat as well, it's going to
Yes.
take a hell of a whack to get it up for shot.
Yep.
Oh, there's one.
Yep.
One of the 5 required.
That hand, Jen. Anywhere there's good.
Yeah, over. Derek.
Using the green that he's used previously to bring it in to sort of the circle edge.
Flop in. Ooh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Just inside
just
the red
out of
one.
counting.
In through here.
Slightly more green this time. It's the weight that was the problem. Here she goes.
Good grass out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in there.
Might be second shot, that one, I wonder. It's threatening to teeter over. It's gone a bit narrower than previously.
Tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough now. I think you're just getting your drawing game under control
Yeah,
for the skips, for the
Yeah.
for the tie break.
that's right.
No, I'll play last ball.
No, you wouldn't get away there. You'll play last
I'll
ball.
play last ball.
Just working out
talking
the
your
tie break
tactics.
if they win the toss.
Yep.
There was a time where the rule in a game was if you won the end, you could give the mat away. So you know, if you kept winning the end, you kept having last bowl, which was just such a huge advantage.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was around for 2 or 3 years, and they got rid of it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, this man's in a
Good
pretty
shot.
good streak at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's played very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Need him to do that in the next end.
So Omarunui holding the shot will be heading to a tiebreaker, you would imagine, unless something extraordinary happens here. There's no way that Takapuna can get a 5 out of this. Oh, there we go.
Righto, tiebreaker, here we come.
Yep. And that'll be interesting. And you just sort of get the feeling that it might come down to these 2 skips. Practice shot for the tiebreaker. Wendy, draw this one dead. Team looks interested. No. So probably points in the skips there to Grant Sargison, but it didn't matter. It's a 1 to Omarunui. They convincingly win the second set, and we move to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, quite convincing that, I think. They do go into tiebreak with a huge amount of confidence, but you know how it is, one end.
Yes, yeah. So this is
One bowl.
deep breathing exercises now, eh?
Look,
One
it
bowl
is,
will
it
win
is. It's
That's it.
just going through that process, you know, just delivering another bowl on another green on another day. Just draw the shot.
So Omarunui won the toss. They've given the mat to their opponents. Takapuna Blue Wave. Ian Hardy brings the mat out just a little bit and then proceeds to put on a pretty handy first bowl.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Across the backs of the Omarunui Aces team, they've got 4 cards. There's 4 aces. I hadn't actually noticed that until I looked out the window now.
Been there all game.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Great
1-0
start.
to the
Gets
leads, 1-0 to yeah, Trevor Murtha.
goes down that centre line and just has a wee straightener.
Get over.
Yeah, not bad.
I'm happy if you're into those.
So much more relaxed on the mat when you know you've put one there that's put your team into a handy position. Oh, look at this. He's done it exactly what his skip wanted.
Perfect.
2 brilliant
No.
bowls.
Absolutely
Yep,
outstanding.
Get on
Could
to
not
the
get
jack,
much better.
to the bowl. You know, have a bit of weight. right there.
Came in a long way from out
Plenty of
there.
green coming back, matching that bowl there. If you can get near that, that's good.
So now you sort of go a bit defensive, Joe. You've got
Yeah,
the shot, you've got
it's-
two.
You've got a really good shot and a really good second, so you can't really make this much better.
Good ball.
Oh, it stayed on. I thought it was going to hang out there. It came in
Yeah,
a long
that
way from there.
Be into
Yes.
it.
You know, you try and get a little bit too fancy, and you make it a big target, and that's not good. You know, just look after what you've got.
This looks a good track from where I'm sitting. Looks a
Oh,
very good
Derek.
track. Oh, unlucky. A good shot.
Kind of makes it a bit better actually for the Takapuna side.
I said Derek this time.
Yep.
He actually is.
Just drawing in here,
Me too.
between the jack and this red bowl would be good. Just standing by my toe, somewhere there. That's skinny it up too much.
Yeah, yeah. That's skinny. That's skinny. That's skinny. It might do some damage.
Oh, lucky.
Whoa. Still got two.
Lucky.
The bowl, to be fair.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Team shaking hands. It's not over yet. There are 4 bowls to play. This is a tiebreaker. Omarunui in the box seat at the moment. They are holding 2. That blue one. Then the blue one just past the jack is in a very good position. Grant Sargison standing there thinking, I hope I don't have to play my last.
I bet.
Did you move?
Oh. It's a lot narrow down here.
Move just as a.
Oh, I think she said that someone moved up the other end just as she was delivering it.
Oh. Are we going to get in from out there? And not the weight. That's not the Grant Sargison with.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I know.
It's a
I know.
nice guide down there now.
Yeah.
Bit of Jensen magic.
There she goes. Not going to be short, that's for sure.
Oh, she's got a wee trot on too.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Just wide is it? Or it
Yeah.
is just wide. And Grant Sargison won't need to play his last bowl. And it is the end of this match. The tiebreaker goes to the Omarunui Aces,
We don't
who
play.
now move on to 5 wins from their 7 games, which means they are among the qualifiers in this Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. Coming up, our final game of the day is between the Paikakariki combination against Te Atatu. That's coming up very soon, so we'll watch some highlights of this and then we're back for that 4th and final match of day 2.
think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
And the final match of our broadcast today from the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. I'm John Macbeth, and again joining me is Joe Edwards, giving some very insightful and interesting comments throughout the day. This match is between Paikakariki from the Kapiti area. They're the Kapiti Coast representatives, Peter Thompson, Stacey Thomas and Samantha or Sammy Sweeney. And they'll be up against Te Atatu, who are representing Auckland, Adam Blucher, Andy Ellis and Lauren Mills. So just after that last game, Joe, I was talking to some of the players and both of them felt that they'd played pretty well in that game. And we saw that one head, didn't we, where there were 8 bowls within the circle, which was really very impressive. But I think they all agreed that that skip of the winning team was almost probably the difference, Grant Sargison for Omarunui.
Yeah, he was. He played some absolute bombs when needed. Wendy had her fair share of good shots, but yeah, I think Grant could take the player of the match.
So this is Sammy Sweeney, who's been playing, well, she said, I started playing when I was about 11. My grandparents, Cheryl and David Peterson from the Masterton Bowling Club, introduced me, looked after me, took me to the club, and I just enjoyed it so much. So she played out of Masterton initially, but this season joined up with the very popular Paikakariki club. Opposing her is Lauren Mills. So try and work out what colour bowls they're using, and I said, oh, what do you call those, Lauren? And she said, I bought them because they're pretty and attractive. So
Nothing to do with how they go.
No, no.
Hey, look good, feel good, play good.
The number 2 for Paikakariki is Stacey Thomas. He's been a Kapiti representative and constant in their winning titles with his nice dark purple bowls. He's an 8-year bowler, been playing for 8 years, that is. And this one will be easy to recognise, the white of Andy Ellis. Joe, he's playing number 2 for Te Atatu.
He's played him pretty good. Great starter.
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything, mate. Still there. Little trail's good.
And Colin, the director, said that Te Atatu need this game. They
Yes.
won their first 4 and then lost their next 3.
On the other hand, Paikakariki have already won 5. They've won all 3 today, so
It's a nice game to play when you've already qualified.
yeah.
But you've got to be ruthless. You know, the last thing you want is you get beaten by Te Atatu here and you end up drawing them tomorrow and they knock you out. So you've got to be ruthless and try and knock this team out, because it's a good side. It's
Yeah,
a very good side.
it is.
Pretty good start all around by the first
That's not
first
bad,
4
is it?
bowlers. Yeah. Could be in for a good game here, I think.
They're all enjoying it. It certainly won't be quiet with Sammy Sweeney there. She's got a couple of nicknames.
Can any be told on TV?
Oh yeah, one's just Blondie, but a lot of it's to do with the fact that she's very energetic and talkative. And
Right.
so this is Adam Blucher. He's been playing 6 years. So not that much experience to be skipping when the other 2 players are vastly more experienced, but clearly that shows that he's got the shot making ability, doesn't it? And also an ability to call the shots and see the shots.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's sometimes in your bowling career, that's just where you start. You might start with a mate and you're both beginners and one of you has to skip, and so your journey just goes along. Like Val and I, you know, I don't know what would have happened to our careers if Val had a skipped at the start and I had a led, which, you know, which is what we did. But yeah, everything happens for a reason, I think.
Same way.
Well, in Blucher's case, Adam here, his dad and his sister both played, so he just decided to join the crew.
What's happened here?
I don't think they thought there was a jack down there, so but there was. That's going back again anyway. That was good practice at rolling the jack up for whenever you want to do that sometime in the future. So 1 to Te Atatu. Yes, I know what you mean about, you know, relaxing because you've qualified. There is that danger of, you know, you lose and then you face the team that beats you next up. But also you get into that sort of not losing feeling so much as going into games and not being right on top of your game. So it's important to keep that concentration going, isn't it?
Oh,
You can
for
relax
sure,
a little bit, but yeah.
Winning is a habit, but so is losing.
Pretty good, Sammy. Got mate.
Weight's good.
You got it.
Lauren Mills is also a member at Takapuna and is in the North Harbour side, but she also plays out of Te Atatu. She enjoys being involved with the whānau there, and so she's a member of that club as well. But formerly she was up north at Kensington Bowling Club.
Yeah. Up with Anne Muir.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, of
great
course.
Player and manager, coach for New Zealand.
Yep.
Been around the traps for a while, Lauren. We've crossed paths quite a lot. Very, very steady draw bowler.
Yep.
Still there, mate. Land that ball.
Andy Ellis, he has the white bowls. He's been around the traps too. He played down this way in Wainui Amata, I think he said. But sort of Glen Eden, Balmoral, Mount Albert, now at Te Atatu.
Yeah,
Wow.
great ball.
Great shooting.
There's 3 there.
Got the option there. Get him flush, get it off there.
It's one thing about Peter Thompson, who's the skip for Paikakariki and his team. They're forever aggressive. You know, there won't be many games go through that there's not a fair bit of weight played on some shots. Even though this is 2-ball triples, they'll still give it a nudge where need be.
Never die wondering.
No.
Can be a good way to be.
Come around there. Through there. Oh. Up to you. Play down there. You just missed that ball.
Oh, but he has 2, hasn't he?
Get across then.
Not quite.
Play through it here, mate. You really want to hit and stay on that. Make sure you reach it. Just make sure you reach it. Yep.
So Peter Thompson first started playing in the 89-90 season, so he's got tons of experience and is regarded as a top skipper around the Kapiti region.
I want to get rid of that one.
That was the only one they had there.
Yeah, it's the danger with playing with weight early when you've only got one on the head.
So that's what Adam sees. It's all his bowls as the holding 3 shots. Put another one into that little group. Or just over it, he says.
Yes, that's
Yep.
perfect.
Yeah.
It's a great shot. Splits the 3 up.
Parks itself on the 2 metre.
Oh, he's got the gap. Oh, good shot.
Yeah, that's
Had out a couple. Great shot.
took the 2. Yeah.
That's a great shot. Anytime a skip's reducing the count.
Hope I'm there.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah.
Blocked it as well.
Only one down at the back, aren't we? Where's the jack again? By the bowl? Is it that way? Or?
Really just trying to work out where the jack might go, I think, was it, if he does make contact here. He was looking for an inside edge off that blue, white. So another 2 there to Te Atatu. They lead Paikakariki by 3-0. 2 ends gone.
With the jack. Oh, there.
Steve Wombat Walker is the marker today. So where's the mat? A couple of metres out from the circle. Sam Sweeney, who's playing there now, Joe, she said, "Are you working with Joe Edwards?" What a thrill. And I said, well, it will be for Joe. But so she was most impressed, yeah.
Oh, God. She obviously doesn't know me very well.
Well, I said yesterday when you weren't here, but she played in the final of the Kapiti Champion of Champions singles against a woman by the name of Audrey Stevenson.
Yeah, was this Audrey Stevenson?
Yeah, yeah. And Audrey won a national singles title some years ago, but she's won 61 centre titles. So, you know, it was the inexperience here of Sammy against the experience of Audrey. And while it was ended up looking one-sided, it wasn't at all. And everyone was very impressed with this young woman's composure when it comes to.
Yeah, she would have
playing
learnt a
bowls.
lot from Audrey too. I mean, Audrey's
Yeah.
such a lovely lady.
Yeah.
I think we played in a development or there was a trial way back in the late 90s, I think, that
Yes.
I first met Audrey, and you know, just watching her career has just been outstanding. 61
Yeah.
centre titles, that's just ridiculous.
Isn't it?
Who does that?
And, you know, she was in the third final with the 4 which got beaten in the final, and she
So it could have been 62.
Yeah, that's right.
Well played, mate. Great ball.
And you get the feeling that she won't stop there. She said,
No.
she feels, you know, almost rejuvenated. She's still working full time and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, but bowls is a big part of it. Her and Rochelle,
Yeah.
the daughter.
Lovely lady, Audrey.
Yep. This is Stacey Thomas. He's another one of those who's likes this. I think is Skip likes this. Yeah. Who accidentally got into bowls. You know, a couple of mates said we're going down to that have a go type thing, and so he didn't. He'd played all sorts of sport, and he just said, "Well, this is for me."
That much.
Yeah. If I had $1 for every time I've heard someone say, "Geez, I wish I'd started earlier or younger," and
Yeah.
it just gets marketed as a game for a retirement and retirement villages, and it's just so wrongly marketed that way.
I know.
And it's just a great game for everybody.
Yep, it's highly annoying. If ever there's a news story which features, you know, older people, then they somehow seem to think that it's bowls. And there's no doubt that older people do play bowls, but
Yeah, for sure.
it's a sport which, well, as Sammy Sweeney said, she started when she was 11. So,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean,
Yeah, it
look,
is
and look at the
unfair.
head start. I mean, I was 22 when I started.
Yeah.
You know, you look at like Caitlin Lynch and that, she's played probably 100 games before she was 22
Yeah.
for New Zealand. You know,
Yeah.
it's just changed so much, and that's the thing. But there's still room for, you know, if you're old enough, you're good enough. If you're young enough, you're good enough. You know,
Yeah.
it's you look at Val now. She's played over 600 games for New Zealand, and she's still probably one of the first names written down. And
Yep.
But then, you know, you look at Caitlin Inch, who's 24, Selena Goddard, 24, 25, and,
Yeah.
you know, they're not just being picked because they're young or they fit the bill. They're getting picked because they're bloody good players, and I think that's the way it should be.
I think bowlers around the country should start a petition, you know, just to advertising agencies and the like, and say, you know, it's discrimination. There we go. Let's start it right now.
Yeah, let's start
You know,
it.
I mean, if they started putting, you know, for people playing bridge or something, and the bridge fraternity would get upset, wouldn't they? Say,
Yeah.
well, but
Yeah,
younger
for sure.
people play bridge. You know, it's. Here we go, Peter Thompson. He's been playing for, what did I say, about 30 years, and he started when he was young, obviously, because he's not 100. He played with those green bowls for a while too. So looks like 1 to Paikakariki.
Play that gap.
Andy Ellis was offered the microphone. He said, "No, you're not giving me the bloody microphone."
I heard a story at the Interclub with one Charlie Ewer from Gisborne.
Oh yes.
And he played soccer with my dad, both for Nelson United. And so I caught up with him at the Interclub, and he said, "I told them don't put the microphone on me. I told them." He said it lasted one end, and they come out and got it. And I said, "Yeah, that'd be you, Charlie." What did you say?
Well, I think that's a tactic too. If you don't want it, you make sure that they
Yeah.
don't want you to have it.
Yeah.
So you're going to find that little gap there.
Thread the needle.
Oh, not quite.
One.
So Paikakariki are on the board. They have a single there. After the third end, it's 3-1 to Te Atatu, who need this to win, to qualify, whereas the Paikakariki team have already qualified. Just looking to see if they've got the Paikakariki parrot is there underneath the camera at this end. That's their mascot.
Do we know how many have qualified so far, John?
No, I don't, but I'm sure Colin's going to tell me how many have qualified so far. Colin, could you find that out for us, please? Thank you. He's doing nothing, you know. Now, do you think she's picked that cloth to match the bowls? Has she
Definitely.
Like that? Yeah. Bit of purple in there.
She used to have like a light purple lilac-y set of bowls. So.
I've just heard 7. Someone much
7.
quicker than Colin found out that information. 7 have qualified so far, so we've got maybe one more out of here, you never know. So we might, well, there's how many other games on at the moment? Half a dozen?
Yeah.
Two metres. Half your weight, Lauren. Come on, mate. Push. Good correction.
Good enough. Good shot.
Don't mind you staying there, it's running quite good. Try and get a second, you might, the bonus will be first, but play to her bowl.
Good call again. Try and get a good second. Bonus if you get the shot. The second shot's very underestimated, underrated. It's a huge shot in this game. Just dropping those big numbers, especially in the short format, just kills you.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Oh, just a pity it got an edge, but it's settled in nicely there. That's either second shot or shot. So yeah, so 7 have qualified so far, Joe, and there's a potential for another 7. Or 7 others have the potential of getting in, I suppose that means. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There'll probably be a couple of 4 winners playing each other too, are there?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Not bad. Worth a change now. You don't want to touch that. Mate.
Try again, mate. Wait full right.
Yeah, lots of options here. Drawing it, of course, pushing his own up. Coming through an inside edge, the second shot. Nice. Wasn't quite what was expected.
A little bit quick. All good.
Tomo on the mat now, the Peter Thompson, the skip for Paikakariki. Had a really good day today with 3 wins out of 3.
Good shot.
Yeah, 1 in, 1 out, but certainly shot now, I would say.
It's a very good shot. Gives him a real good shot and a good catching, a couple of good catches. Playing down that forehand, getting underneath the blue.
Yeah. Couple of numbers there, eh? Get a possibility
So
of a
it's
3.
funny, you know, one side of the head is Te Atatu and the other side's Paikakariki. So
Yes.
either way the jack's going to go. So I think it might move.
He's looking to draw it dead. He doesn't want to move it. Oh, he does want to move it, and he moves it perfectly.
Yep. What a
Yeah.
good shot.
Gee, good brave shot too. Backed himself.
Yeah, it was really good weight. You know, you can't get into too much damage, you know, playing that kind of weight.
What if ours goes?
Ours goes, it's just 2.
Not bad. Oh, gee.
Still got 1.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
Oh, good effort.
1 to Te Atatu. So playing the last end now of this first set. Paikakariki already qualified with their 5 wins. That we'll see them again tomorrow, or they'll be in action again tomorrow. And Paikakariki are playing their... Are they? Yes, they are.
Okay.
Wanting to win this first set, not have to go to a tiebreaker. Well, that doesn't guarantee that, of course, but wanting to win this first set.
Don't see that very often, playing the power play in the first set, But, you know, in this instance, they require a 2 to win the set.
Stay there, keep them handy.
It's a great bowl first up from Lauren when you're trying to defend the power play.
Yes. Well, she would have liked that line until 3/4 of the way down. Well, the line was still okay. It's just that weight.
Mine wasn't too bad, yeah. I think this one needs to be passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To it, but try and be over. Get a good speed.
Past it, but stay on.
Yeah, even just a yard past it just gives the next guy something to play to, especially when you're trying to chase a 2 and the opposition's pretty much got a side toucher.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Skip's
it's
happy
such
with
a-
that.
Such a better bowl than the first one.
Back good, mate. Hold up. Pass.
We feather there.
Good enough.
No, not quite. Second
Yeah,
shot
don't-
probably, so holding
Don't
2.
think that's what he was going for though. I think
no.
he had him ask for a best back.
Yeah. Both teams doing a lot of talking, aren't they? Chatter, chatter, chatter. But it's a matter of switching that off when you get to the mat.
That's the thing, you know, you can't, he's got no control over what, you know, this bowl coming up here is going to be doing, and just as long as you've got that switch on again,
Yeah.
Back ball, mate.
it just relaxes the mind a bit. Very good second shot. It's just
Yeah,
come in.
it is. And now Andy Ellis has put one, looks like a couple of metres shy of the ditch, but way out to the right, we could just see it.
Purple's good too. Try and get onto yours. Wait to hear. You've got to be under Sammy.
Going to have to play this reasonably quick to get down
Yeah.
underneath them all
Yeah.
on this on the ditch side. It's not
That's
bad.
not bad, is it?
Oh.
Oh, hard luck, gosh. Gee.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a danger playing on that forehand. You know, the backhand you got the sit the bowl through. If you get onto the front blue one, chance of the jack moving.
So what do we got back here on the bottom left? Are they both Paikakariki bowls? So they've got those two there. That'll be interesting to see what
Yeah.
Thompson does here. But first of all, we've got Adam Bluchip.
Probably needing to get one couple of yards past.
Right, let's
Definitely
see
needs
what
some jack movement.
Yeah. Oh, bit of luck there, but look at Bluch's bowl. He stayed there, still one down.
Wide around there. Beat that ball. No, but
Where's the danger for him? It's those bowls out to the right as we're viewing them out past the jack.
Yeah. This bowl has got to be on the high side of the line down this forehand.
Yep.
That's the only place that they can get a result. This jack back down 6 feet, 7 feet.
Yep.
Well, depending where Adam puts this one, he might be able to play it with any weight. They'll have 2 on the tee.
Good to there.
All right, it's not a bad shot. Now he has to play it with actual precision weight.
Yes.
A kill's no longer an option.
So he's got to, it's almost just saying, I want the jack, as we look at it now, jack to move over to the right a couple of a metre or so to where my 2 bowls are, and to stay with it would be great.
Pretty much. Just by Sammy's feet, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. No pressure, Tomo.
You've got a bare jack to move 1.5 yards.
Yep.
Easy shot.
It doesn't look quite so big now.
Yeah.
Here we go. Last bowl
Some
of
days-
this fifth
some-
end.
Some days it looks like a beach ball.
Yep.
Others. It's not too bad here.
Oh, he's played it pretty well. He's played it perfectly, hasn't he? Oh, what a bowl. Yeah, oh,
What a
great bowl.
shot.
That is a superb bowl. Did they get 1 or 2 out of it?
Is he dragged? Oh, what an attempt. I mean, whether he gets 1 or 2 here. What a hell of an effort. Wow.
I think it's 1. Someone said, I think it's 1. Some of these experienced bowlers have got very good eyes. Just need to look at it sometimes and they are absolutely accurate.
Had a chance, eh?
Ah.
Yeah, thanks, man.
What
Just
a
the
great
one?
attempt.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, 2.
Oh no. 2. We got 2. 2. So that's they get the lead. So they go from 2 to 4. So they win the set 5-4.
No,
No?
I think it was just 1.
They hold 2.
'Cause-
Oh,
Te Atatu are playing, so they must have won the first set. Must have just been 1.
I just saw the 2 lollipops go up. So okay,
Yeah,
so
one-
that was
one
just a
to make
1,
two.
so it gives them 3. So Te Atatu win the first by 4-3.
hold your line, Lauren. Push. Only a mat. Thank you. Line's good. About that. Line's good.
bad here, is it? Again. So she just added that extra bit. Past the jack. Holding 2.
Right of the circle.
She really jumped onto this line down his
Yeah.
forehand. All game, she's been pretty good at it. And it's good. I mean, both leads have tried to correct with their second one. Just overcorrected. It's a game of fine margins, and you know, it's about not overcorrecting, obviously. But you know, a roll of a bowl is about a foot, so it's not a lot of correction needed when you're a metre short or a metre past.
But it's when you want a third bowl.
Yes, yes, indeed. But
'Cause
then
you're
3
quite
bowl
right.
triples isn't good.
No. Takes forever. And
Oh, it's horrible.
yep. And so many bowls to kick back. That's the worst thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Stacey Thomas started playing at Levin and they went to Central in Levin before heading off to Paikakariki with some of his mates from up that way.
Either way, mate.
Or just being a bit scared of the jack on this particular end, the first of the second set.
Not bad. Out.
Close.
Just out. Hang on, mate. Draw again.
Again, just that overcorrection. All finding the centre line, pretty much.
Not going to get there. Well, we've seen some really hot ends here, and we've seen some that haven't looked quite so good, and the skips are going back thinking to themselves, what's so difficult about this?
Yeah, you don't say anything as a skip until you've
No.
had a go.
Yeah, don't criticise us.
Aye.
I'm sure there'll be members of both these clubs sitting at the clubs watching and contributing to the club funds, I'm sure. And just enjoying seeing their teammates in action here. For a crucial match for Te Atatu. They need to win this to get through to the next round.
Bit quick, sorry. What's up to you, mate?
That's when start now, hey, but you're 2 down. He said, well, hey, I haven't played a bowl yet. You guys are 2 down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Like it there? Trail or no?
Yeah, just beat your last. Need to be counting.
They're holding 3. Te Atatu.
Yeah.
Come on.
This will be a 4.
Good shot.
Yeah, very good. So, Peter Thompson, big ball here. It's only the first end, but you don't want to be dropping a 4.
Yeah.
And he looks light.
Drop a number after losing the first set.
Yeah.
Seems a long way back.
Oh, and he's knocked up the opposition. That's 1, 2.
least 2, maybe 3. 3.
3 it is.
3.
So good start there for Te Atatu in this first end of set number 2. They start with a 3, having won the first set 4-3.
Just shows the importance of Leeds bowls too. You know, the 2 that Lauren played ended up in the count. They weren't hugely close. They weren't touches by any means, but you know, you just get them 1.5, 2 feet away. It just puts pressure on the opposition, and you seem to score good numbers when you can get bowls relatively close. You don't have to be on top of the jack. You don't score any more.
Down now.
You just got to be inside your opposition.
Heath. Yeah, great
Good
ball.
shot again. Great start. Just this first bowl effectiveness is just putting a lot of pressure on Sammy, and it just follows through the team, I think.
Next one.
Same again. Loads of room.
Experienced Lauren Mills here reckons she's been playing for, I don't know how long she said. I think it's about 17 or 18 years, but it could be more. And as you said, Joe, she's pretty competitive sort of character.
Yeah. You run into a lot in the interclubs and into centres over the years.
Correction. Get to the circle again.
That's good. Good call is, you know, you don't have to draw it dead, just get within that circle. You know where the circle is. She looked to be really narrow here. Is she going to be in there? Oh no, I was watching it out the window here and it looked narrow, but it's not bad.
Yeah, pretty good weight again. You do get away with a lot with good weight.
Like you there, mate. Under that ball. That way, yeah.
I think all the players will be eyeing the bar over in the background there because it's been a long day. Some of those who had a bye, I think, in this last part of the day have already settled in over there, and lots of, oh my word, wow, how did that happen?
There's that little straightener.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a quiet ale is well deserved for that.
Yeah, I think so. Noel Williams in the red shirt over there, he's been across. That won't be his first for the weekend, I shouldn't think, but
Play the tee, mate. Yep. Well done. Get to here.
you can see the activity in the background there, Joe. I mean, it's quite busy through there, and I mean, they have got some pokies and that and out of sight, but that whole bar area, and there's a big lounge and good kitchen there, serving up some very good meals and snacks. So keeps the club going. It's a full-on staff here, really. Got a manager and a good kitchen staff here.
It's a great club, good food, good organisation. I think there is a little TAB bar.
Yes,
you can see there now, which I think kind of goes hand in hand with a lot of bowlers. Yeah, I played on the greens in the Interclub just 4 weeks ago. Played on the outdoor greens, and the first time I played on them, and they ran really well.
Yeah, they
really
were.
nice.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Did you get over and watch that final fours match? Which Val was, she was skipping, was it? Or was that the triples?
Piers
Piers,
match.
Piers. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd nearly forgotten that, John, but thanks
Yeah.
for reminding me.
Here we go, Adam Blucher, wanting it to get up there. Oh, he's played this well, hasn't he? Yep, nice bowl.
That's pretty good, very good.
Is this an if in doubt, have a wee go? There he goes,
Yeah.
hunting the white again.
Got the,
Oh, he
oh,
took it
good
out.
shot.
Gee.
Good shot again.
Well, that
He's
red bowl
deadly on
belongs
these.
to Paikakariki.
Still there or?
Still
What's
probably
down there
holding.
now?
Adam? Yeah.
Don't want to smack him in though.
Oop. Gee, again, he's played this well, hasn't he? Just avoiding. He saw the danger bowl there. Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? Stacey, the two, said we're one down, and just knows what Peter Thompson's capable of, and knows that he'll make up his mind anyway about what he's going to play.
Yeah, give the skip all the information, you know, one
Yep.
down, 2 seconds, let
Yep.
them, whatever it is, let them make the call. It's
Yep.
them that are playing the shot. I think it's, you know, you need to point out any dangers and if you are going to be attacking, but, you know, the skip has to play the shot. To play it, you've got to see it, and you've got to buy into it. You've got to take responsibility, and if you can see it, you kind of 9 out of 10 times you're going to be better off playing it, the shot that you want.
Change the colour of those, will you? Oh, God, what the-
Good line.
Te Atatu haven't used their power play yet, so they're up by 4-0. See what happens in this. They might end up not playing it. We'll see. Next set maybe. Next end, I mean. So Sweeney now with her first.
Good, Sam. Run it out.
Either way. About that.
Down the other end on the mat, that bowl of Sweeney's probably looked like it was only a few inches short, you know, when you get down the other end, and sometimes you realise that your perception's not great. 'Cause he's
And I think on the indoor it's even more apparent.
Yep.
I tend to have to ask a lot more questions playing on the indoor. I don't know whether it's the, you know, being inside, the lights, the low ceiling or whatever, but you know, bowls that look about a foot away or about, you know, a metre, and so you tend to
That's
ask a lot more
interesting.
questions indoor.
Yep, yep.
And I found wearing a hat indoor also helped. You know, with the bright lights, and don't know why, and lots of water. You get dehydrated quite a bit
Yeah.
indoors, which affects some decisions. And
You actually just made me think. I've got a glass of water here which I've hardly touched.
so have I.
It's easy to forget, isn't it? Here's a good track.
Especially when it's not hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's hot outside, you don't have a problem, but
Righto, Stacey, you need to get something close for your team, otherwise this set's fast disappearing. You might well be already through and qualified, and that certainly takes a bit of sharpness off your attitude. But all of a sudden you've got to get back to form tomorrow. That's good, that's the shot.
it's a shot.
One down, mate. That ball's the shot. Up to you. Pardon? Short. About that. What? Oh. Probably about that.
Normally the older people down the other end that can't hear, but
Nah. You're good here, mate. Catch it. That'll do.
he'll take it.
Fortunate
Mark,
result.
yours stays. You need that much more, mate. To the 2 metre, basically. Well played.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, all right.
Nice shot.
Very good.
Good weight.
Wombat Walker over on the left has the white lollipop up, indicating that it's Paikakariki who hold the shot here. So I must find out what time we start tomorrow. I think it's a slightly earlier start. So if your team qualifies, and with any luck we should know before we go off air. I'm not too sure whether it'll be that quick because this game will be the last one to finish.
Oh.
We might well know who the qualifiers are. Might not have the draw, but that'll certainly be up on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook pages. And then an earlier start tomorrow rather than the midday we've been starting at the last 2 days. Thompson trying to curl this around.
Close.
Yeah.
Good shot. Good call. He gets a roll out of the black bowl.
Way too quick, mate.
Dark
Sorry.
blue.
So just heard we've had another qualifier. We've got 8 qualified now. Still top 8 will have the top 8 onwards from 10:30 tomorrow. So earlier start, yeah. So that's good. 10:30 tomorrow morning.
See, if I sit him out, still could be 3, could it?
If you set them out, we've got 3. Stay. Oh, I just missed them.
Sometimes you see players who are looking all over the place, Joe, when the game's on, and yet they know exactly what the situation is on the head. Might look as though they're not concentrating and taking notice, but they do.
Oh yeah, it's important to know where every bowl is on the head, and you know when opportunities present themselves. Which you know it's a little opportunity here. Get a roll out of the second shot for 3. He was quick onto this. He's just hanging a little bit out
Yeah,
there.
it did, didn't it? Yeah.
Very
You see
great
what he was
weight
looking
for
at.
it.
Yeah,
Yep.
perfect weight.
Andy. Power play.
Get the banana.
Yellow cards being waved at each other, which indicates power play for Te Atatu.
I like this move. You know, win the end. You've won the set. You know, if the opposition gets a 3, you're still going to just have to win the last end. So give yourself a chance to use it for the best for your team.
Okay, and this is exactly what Paikakariki wanted, something really close first up. Not bad there. Put the pressure back on the opposition who've used their power play card.
This would be one of the first bowls that Lauren's played down this ditch end. He's been playing that backhand really well. I probably would have kept her down there, you know. It's not about getting the shot, but getting a really good second, and she's played that backhand really well. This, forehand, a bit of a wasted bowl here.
Try and keep it handy again. Try and get onto your own.
Good bowl.
Ah, 2 very good bowls.
Yep, yep.
Sammy?
Nice shot.
Heap through, mate. Circle shot.
So a bit of a correction needed here from Lauren. She was narrow and she's made the correction too.
Still narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try and work on Sammy, make it 3. Just around us, good. Or onto it.
So suddenly the Paikak team are in a position to score here. Holding a couple, still a lot of draw room in there. As Peter Thompson said, just work on Sammy, be up there, get in here. That's good.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that again. Oh, that chalk line has
Play there,
produced
mate.
a problem or two.
Reaching weight. With 3 down.
Most bowlers know what's going on.
Yeah.
I think Andy had been away grabbing something to eat and having a natter.
Didn't mean that quick.
Yeah, pile them in there.
Yeah, you just got to be precise with the weight. Don't think Adam wanted him that quick. Just do arrive. If you miss, you stay on.
Got again, mate.
So, yeah, piling them in there.
Well done.
Yeah, so that's 4. So now
Draw here, mate. Draw close.
Yeah, draw here now.
We're 4 down.
Just said we've got 12 qualifiers now. And we're showing you the top 8 from 10:30 onwards tomorrow. Someone with some brains will work out that draw.
So if Te Atatu win here, we could have 13, which is
Yeah.
half the field qualifying.
Yeah.
It's unusual.
And we're out.
Half the field getting 5 wins out of 8. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, but we will. Yeah.
So, what's the situation here with Te Atatu? Have they got anything down the back or not? So Paikar
No.
can't worry about
Well-
it. They're just going to stack them up there and say, righto, you're going to have a run at that, or you're going to have to draw to save. Here we go.
Under there, eh?
Te Atatu do have the best back now, with him just landing on that blue bowl.
Yep.
I think you've got to be playing with weight to try and clear some of the front stuff out at least.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I need to hold.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's playing the backhand here, but it was... Anyway, that's one now.
No, out. 4 down.
Changing his hand here. Maybe looking for the 2 metre, do you think, Joe? It's,
Yeah,
just to make sure.
I think you've got to get some protection in
Yep.
there.
Right.
You know, even if they drop a 1 here, doubles to 2, 6-1 down, game over. Oh, he doesn't want to be hitting that one in.
Might go into the count too. Oh, well. He
That's-
changed his hands. He started to look on this side, didn't he? And playing
That's
that
the
big...
opposition, yeah.
Yeah. So that's... Gosh. That might just be 3 now.
Let's cut a couple out, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
What's that now?
But even so...
Just a like a yard on shot. Yeah. Yeah.
now he's got to be a little bit careful now. He's at 3 down, which is, 4 all, 1 to play. If he plays it quicker and edges his blue one out, he's back to 5 down. I think he's got as long as he's good with the weight here, he should be all right.
Oh, he's going to get the jack, is he?
No, he's got the shot bowl.
Gosh, he
That's-
might have got some luck out of that.
That's a great result.
Yeah.
It's a very good shot. He was in the area. Great result.
Well done.
Peter Thompson says well done to his opponent. And it's a...
5 down. 5 down.
They were 5 down.
So that's 2.
And he got a single out of that. So it was a shot to Te Atatu. So they played their power play. They got a single out of it. So they moved to 6-1.
And Paikakariki need a full count to force the tie break.
Gee, well, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Good shot, mate.
Just takes one bowl, doesn't it?
I just thought I was a little bit tight. But just hang on. Close, Lauren.
Come back, everybody.
Down, mate. Red ball.
Final end here, and needing a 5 to, well, a 6 really. They need to win this to force a tiebreaker. And what happens, Lauren Mills, their opposing lead, just plonks one in on the jack. So it does look as though we'll now have 13 qualifiers, with Te Atatu needing this to win. I'll join Paikakariki among the qualifiers for tomorrow.
Same thing, mate.
And wouldn't it
Lauren
be interesting,
certainly-
Joe, if when the draw is made that these two meet again?
yeah. Happens a lot.
Yeah.
Lauren set this up really well.
Place again, mate. Come on. Counting.
Got to be over. Yeah. Only chance. Well done.
Nail it, mate. Big hand.
Andy Ellis now. Switched off a little bit on that last end when he put one into the ditch, and that's not, or nearly into the ditch, or was it into the ditch? Can't remember, but
No,
certainly
it was,
much
it
more
was
weight.
well and truly,
Yeah.
well and truly into the ditch.
So just switched off
Bit of
his
a rush of blood.
Yeah. Well, this is the last game on, so I'd imagine that those that make the big decisions will be already working out the full list of qualifiers for us, so we'll be able to show you that, I'm sure, before we go off here. Yeah, come on, Colin, you can do it.
Get in here again. See what happens.
I think at the start of play this morning we had one team had 4 wins, one had 3, and then a whole lot with 2, so there have been some pretty good games today which have resulted in those dozen teams getting in and qualifying. So we're coming down to the last 4 bowls of this match, and the final match of ours this afternoon here on the Bowls3Five Interclub Finals, Summerset National sponsored event. And the Naenae Bowling Club has again been an outstanding venue for this. This is a scratchy last end, but in the minds of everyone it really was that Te Atatu had won it after that final, the last end, the previous end, when they managed to snatch a single playing using their power play. They got a 2 out of it to go to 6-1 up. And they're just, well, they might be trying. This game is out of the reach of Paikakariki, but they'll come back tomorrow and be among the qualifiers. As Te Atatu holding 2 in this, needed this. They were quite uptight about it before the game, having 4 wins, and they were aware too that Paikakariki were in a good run of form, having won 3 today.
Second shot, yeah.
Peter Thompson now, the skip for Paikakariki.
And after, unfortunately, the first bowl landing where it did, the hopes of getting a 6 would have been firmly out of his mind.
So as we watch now Adam Blucher play, I can tell you that not in any particular order, the teams that have qualified for play tomorrow are Wanganui East Side Eagles, Belfast, Far North, Coromandel, Mount that's Mount Wanganui. That's plenty of combination. Megalodons, that's right. I'm reading writing here, not office typewriter, type or anything.
Oh,
Paikakariki.
here.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
taking
got
the
it.
jack. Put it out.
Geez, he's driven well
He
all
has.
game.
Yeah, indeed. He stands there looking at it and sees where the jack gets placed, and did that do them some good? Paikakariki?
Yes.
Probably not.
Yes.
Or was that,
No, it did.
yeah, that's Sammy's bowl here on the
Yeah,
right,
it's-
so they pick up a single anyway. So that's a win for Te Atatu, which puts them through to tomorrow's post-section play. So I'll go through this again. I didn't get through them all. Wanganui East, Belfast, Far North, Coromandel, Mount Megalodons, Paikakariki, Blenheim Suns, Waikiwi, Arrowtown, Milton, Kensington, Omarunui, and this team here at Te Atatu. So those are the 13 teams which have made it through to post-section play tomorrow. We'll be back with you at 10:30 to begin live coverage of the top 8 teams. So it's been a fascinating day here at the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub at Naenae. Thank you very much, Joe Edwards, for your company today. Some wonderful comments you've made, and I know our viewers have really enjoyed your contribution today. So thank you very much indeed, Joe.
Oh, it's a pleasure, John.
Excellent. All right, some highlights of this, and then we'll wrap it up, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10:30.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.